Hello, we are here. Let's change the music up a bit. Hello, hello, hello. Welcome, welcome. How are we all doing today? It is a busy, busy day. There's so much going on. So much going on. Man of the hour. How are we all doing? I'm running some Dark Fate at the moment, trying to get my dailies done. Been busy today. Please check Bival's crowd control masteries. We can't select for what you recommend. Have we got 4? Have we got too many? Let's have a look. Oh, whoops. Let me fix that whilst I'm here. Let's see, where have we got that? There you go, it's updated. Well, it will be in a second. Yes, Whisper. Whisper is a beast. To keep you from being punctual, you should donate £1 for every minute you are late to Ash's chosen charity. Good lord, I'd be bankrupt, mate. I would be bankrupt. Thanks to Magnadra. Whilst we were warming up, not only did they join the minionship, welcome, gifted 5 minions. Wow. I really do appreciate it when people gift. It's not expected, but I do appreciate it. So thank you so much. And if you got one of those gifted memberships, make sure you give a shout out for that free gift you got. Thank you. Any update for our Attack of the Clan Boss calculator? I was talking to Deadwood about it today and yesterday. We are going to give it a go. We think we're narrowing down exactly when the speed and stuff happens, because there was a few areas of confusion with the rabbit which we couldn't really figure out. So we are pretty confident we figured it out now. I just need to spend some time developing and coding it to support the changes. We added into the calculator yesterday all of the new artifact sets. So like Righteous is now in the calculator option for the Deadwood Jedi calculator. It's a bit of annoying because it's created so many drop downs. Not much you can do. I mean, there's so many different set combinations now than there used to be, but we've added those. So pretty confident we can get some sort of solution, but there'll always be, you know, caveats in terms of how it works, because it's just not, you know, there's not a one size fits all when it comes to our attack because of the way that the HP burn is going to work. But there should be a way to do it. Trev Steadman, thank you for joining the minionship. Really appreciate it. Now, I did speak to Fix today for all you long-term minions and even short-term minions. He hasn't had a chance just yet for us to get some of those monthly badge updates. At the moment, the badge is kind of the same for everyone. We are going to be adding monthly badge changes for longer-term members. So hopefully maybe a week or 2 and we'll have them out, but we haven't quite got there yet. There's just been a lot going on. So Taha, how are you doing? Don't think the new fusion. We're going to talk about the new fusion first in a bit. We're not going to talk about it just yet. We're going to talk about it in a bit. I do want to talk about the path, what's it called? The Deck of Fates, because there's been a lot of misunderstanding in the video, which I thought everyone would have figured out, but we're going to cover that in a second. Cool Hot Cold is, of course, one of those people who's been around since the beginning. We will get badges for the 6 months. Don't worry. It's coming. It's just taking a bit longer than we have time to. I promise we will have them. I've not lied before. It just takes a bit longer. Agrius Biol. Oh, I'm going to mess this up, I'm just going to call you Agrius. Thank you. Welcome. Welcome to the minionship. Obviously, for all of you new minions, if you are not an existing minion, you can head over to our Discord, which is here. I'll pin this message for now. Head over to the Discord, join up. If you want, you can request Minion role in the Minion channel. Eventually, at some point, YouTube has got to give me my integration for this, so I don't have to do it manually. It would be super helpful. But you can get the Minionship, and I will give you the role probably after stream, and then unlocks a bunch of different channels that all Minions get access to. Will we get more emotes? Yes, probably. Yes, probably. Right, let me just catch up with some of these questions that I've missed. What is the best build step you have seen or done? For what, Brian? For Artak or for someone else? Same team. Yes, Agrius. This is the same team that I will run on Dark Fae 120. I think I might need to tweak the speed tune a little bit because I broke loads of champs, but it should, like the same champions, they just might need a few adjustments to make sure they go at the right time. But they should keep the Dark Fae turn meter down the full time. Thanks for checking my Discord message about the Spider 10 team. Was super happy to see it work first try. Awesome. Yeah, no worries, Mark. Glad to hear it. Player need to change the color scheme for times 10 events. I pulled my sacreds, beating myself. Ah, Don. Yeah, they do, to be fair. It's misleading, especially the day before. And especially seeing as though they've got a summoning event as well. I feel for you, man. That's awful. I don't know if they'll do anything about it, though. Fulgur, in my opinion, JKL Dog, is one of the best champions for this. Because you get self-buff, increased attack, and 100% turn meter drop. I don't think there's many champions in the game that can do that, if any. So yeah. Let's see what else. How has everyone's Thursday been? Cool. Instead of having one drop down with all combos now. Yeah, we talked about it, Con UK, but we were trying to make it idiot-proof as well, in the sense that it needed to be a UI, like an interface that made sense, because if we just created one for every single set and you then did a drop-down, that's not, like, we'd have to put logic in it that wouldn't allow you to go, you know, 1 swift parry, 4 righteous, or whatever concept. Plus, the other thing as well is what we don't want to do is every time there's a new set, we have to add a new drop-down. We have come up with a bit of a solution. It's probably going to be like a little closer to what the optimizer does, where it kind of lets you pick from a drop down and then designate how many of those you're going to be using. That should allow us to future-proof it going forward. Misunderstanding the videos. Comment on Hades saying actually main stats are pretty useless. He said they were pretty useless. Wow. I mean, universally maybe, but in very niche, like they're very good. They're almost like they're super valuable in arena. They're super valuable in certain high-end contents. So, Agrius Beoval is now gifted 5 minions. God, look at you guys getting so many gifted memberships from everyone. Really appreciate that gift. Oh, I'm losing my voice here. Losing my voice. Tips to beat Bommel stage 50. Yeah, we can go over that, John, in a second. Not a problem. Yeah, Tim, it's really, really cool. So we're using Ruella just because we get a lot of turn meter stealing as well as the 3 primary debuffs, and we boost. Obviously, we're using Allure here as the primary debuffer for turn meter. And Whisper can be any damage dealer, right? It doesn't need to be Whisper. Just Whisper hits really hard. You could have a Little Miss Annie. You could have Turvold. You could have Shamael. You could have Ninja if you want. Basically, someone who's going to nuke the boss really hard. So, hi, would you mind showing me your Dark Fae team stats after the runs is finished? Absolutely not a problem, Adam, I will. Have you thought about saving Sacreds and Voice to get all the books in the Summon Rush? I'm probably not going to pull all my Sacreds, but I might pull some. How Dark Fae did not copy your champions? Because she never gets a turn. She does copy my champions, but I kill it, so yeah. Hello, Saf. Many thanks for the free optimizer full access these days. Made a full cleanup. Yeah, whenever they do a gear regroup, we tend to put it out there. Just, I mean, not really to like kind of like go, hey, look how amazing it is, but just because we know a lot of users are going to be using it, so we put it out there so that you get the full access. And then if afterwards you feel like you got a good value out of it and you want to support the team, then that's your choice, right? But we do it mainly to kind of assist the process that people have of, we know a lot of more people are going to be doing a lot of gearing during the event, so yeah, I don't really know why we're now calling it Kale instead of Kyle. I got used to Kyle, now I'm not used to Kale. So I've been seeing a lot of Fushan in Clan Boss, what makes him so good. He's got a 24% aura for speed sound waves, and he also does decreased defense. and his A1 hits really, really hard. So normally you will disable his A2, you'll use his A3, and you'll use his A1 because his A1 can repeat unlimited. So at times you can basically get like a triple A1, even a quadra A1. There's no limits to how many times you can A1, it just rolls to 25%. So people use him as an aura, plus he's a different affinity from ERS. So in an ERS team, he covers the affinity issues you might have. So that's why you see a lot of him. He's really good for that role. Hey Airbad, how's it going? Yeah, to be honest, Juggernaut, the recommended gear sets are not great. The blessings we are going through and making sure they're all up to date. I think I reached about page like 21 out of 39, so I'm going through them. But the gearing, we've got some big plans to improve that. Actually, the whole champion guides are going to get a big facelift very soon, probably within a couple of weeks. We've got a lot of updates for the champ guides. So yeah. Next payday, I'll be sure getting the premium optimizer. Awesome. I'm glad it kind of worked out for you. Any idea when the multi-count feature will be optimizer will be out? Would love to keep up all the time. Sucks having to keep shutting one down. We were talking about it, but we're still working on it. I haven't got an ETA at the moment. Right, so someone wanted to see the team. So we are running. Oh, the easiest way for me to show you this is to do this. This is the easiest way for me to show you this. We can go into teams. We can go into rotation 3, Dark Fae, 40. Nope. Well, that's not the right team, is it? Oh, wait, that's the right team. There we go. That's the team we're running. I don't know if that's visible enough. Let me zoom it in. As you can see, most of the champions don't even have masteries. The only one that has masteries is Whisper at the moment, so Fulgur isn't even full power. If I put War Master on, like Ruella, on Allure, on Fulgur, this goes so much faster. But you can see, like, we're not crazy speeds either. This will work on 120, I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure this works on 120. I might just need to adjust some of the speeds a little bit of, like, Allure and Ruella. I might need to boost them, like, about 10 speed, but I'm pretty sure this works. Yeah, my Whisper's mental. Whisper's basically built in the craziest build I can possibly get her. So, hey Saf, I got Little Miss Annie and I'm not sure to build her. Little Miss Annie is the only champion that I believe can one-shot Sand Devil 7. So, Little Miss Annie is worth building. She's actually quite strong in Arena. She'd be really good for this content as well because you can just hit really, really hard. Because she double hits, right, quite consistently. You'd be surprised how much damage you can pump out of Little Miss Annie. So, she is a big nuke. Is Fulgur nuking all your copies? Yes. Fulgur basically comes in and she uses her A3 here to nuke all of the enemies because she'll get increased attack as long as she has less than 2 buffs. So she comes in, she only has the speed buff, gets herself increased attack and increased crit damage, and then nukes everyone. She'll get like 90% turn meter back. Because she gets 15% per crit, she's going to crit 6 targets, so she's going to get a lot of turn meter back. And then she's always got this A2 that fully depletes the target's turn meter. I actually think Fulgur is one of, if not the best champion for this role. You get nuke, turn meter. Herndig is probably the other one, but I prefer her to Herndig because Herndig can't self-buff. She will self-buff her increased attack, which means that you basically get a guaranteed kill, where sometimes you have to build the Herndig a little bit harder to be able to get the kill. We haven't talked about the cow yet, Stico. We're going to be talking about that in a minute. And I said, Allure and Ruella's just there to control. Ruella's mainly there because she provides all of these debuffs, whilst also stealing 5%. Technically, the A1 is a 30% turn meter move, because you get 15% off the enemy, and you also boost yourself 15%, so the net gain is 30%. And you also get a 20% boost here on the A3. So Ruella is just perfect for giving you all the debuffs you need. Decreased speed, decreased defense, weaken, and turn meter control. Allure, we just A1. And Whisper's job then is just to basically take extra turns over and over. If I put all of the masteries on here, I could probably kill it in like a minute quicker. Your Carl is fine. The only thing with your Carl is... it's no real problem. I just think she's better. Like, why would... I just think she's better at it. Affinity's not an issue. You know, I just think she's just better at doing that job. So... Kutrax is really strong as well. But yeah, if you don't have her, your Carl is a perfect replacement. Why is Artax's A1 average and not weak? Deliana hits 2 times harder but is average. Does she? Does she hit 2 times harder? Let me have a look. So Deliana... A1 is 0.22 times HP, which attacks all enemies. And it's coded as weak. If I look at Artax, it's 0.1. I wonder why that is. Let me check. He's producing a lot more damage. I could have old code here. I need to check what I've coded his numbers at. I think maybe it's still coded at when I was bug testing with 100%. Yeah, but obviously books factor into it, base HP, lots of different things, right? And also it's passive and different things like that. But I mean, technically it shouldn't be, I guess. It could be that the AoE is coded differently on the A1. I'll have to check. I will check though. It could be that there's some error there with his A1. Sorry if I ask again, is Cupidus worth building without Venus? He's an AoE HP burn champion, Flapjack, so if you don't have many AoE HP burns, then yes. Yes. Well, I would say Earbadge, book-wise, Fulger's probably better, right? Because if we look at how many books she requires... Like, she is what? 1, 2, 3 for the 100%. So she needs 3 for the A2. Doesn't really need the cooldown on there. But you could take it if you want. So at most, it's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 epic books. Whereas if we looked at your Carl... Your Carl needs... 1, 2, 3, 4. He needs this. Not that you would need that, I guess, because you're not going to use that ability. So maybe it's okay. Like, you're only ever going to do A1 and A2. You're not going to do the A3 because you don't care about that. You just want to steal the turn meter here. I would probably imagine that she hits harder than him. I would imagine. Yeah, I'll have to check the Artax and Deliana thing, see what's going on. The numbers could be still running as if he was gaining a lot more crit damage than the rest. It could also be that I haven't done an assessment based on the fact that... So, like, for example, I made some changes with the base formula that I haven't applied to all champions yet, because I need to rejig all of the different ratings, because I've included crit damage at a higher number now to take into account more champions getting bonuses that multiply their crit damage. So, for example, Deliana having 200% crit damage is not linear to Artax having 200% crit damage, because he's going to get 25%, or was it whatever the percentage is, more multiplicative crit damage. So therefore, he's going to gain more crit damage than Deliana. So I need to recalculate a lot of them. So it could be that we adjust some of the bandings very soon. I just haven't had a chance to check them out. So Fulger is what? 1310. Her base attack is a bit low. So she's about 200 less base attack. The A1 is slightly weaker, but has more damage. So it's strong, but it's not too bad. The A2 is average because of her base attack. Yeah, so probably... I think the difference is she's always going to out-damage your Carl because she's going to have the passive, whereas he doesn't have the passive. You have to give your Carl increased attack. You don't have to with Fulger, so you don't need to... You know, if you're running someone like your Carl, you'd probably need to look at this team and go, okay, well, either Whisper, Allure, or Ruella needs to bring increased attack. Probably. Because you lose a lot of damage. So she's always going to out-damage your Carl if she doesn't need anyone to give increased attack. He'll out-damage her if you have someone giving increased attack. Herndig is also an option. Herndig would give you AoE decreased defense. Like you could replace Ruella with Herndig, and then Fulgur could be replaced with someone who's got increased attack and drop turn meter. But there's actually not that many champions, to my knowledge, that have both increased attack and drop turn meter in the same kit. So it's actually quite a limited pool. Like you think Arbiter doesn't have it. I actually don't know how many do. I don't think there is that many at all that have increased attack AoE with decreased turn meter, which is why Fulgur is so good, because you basically get all of the damage without needing anyone else to help. So yeah, very few Earbad. Yeah, I agree. So that's why she's just good. One, she's epic, so you only need epic books. Two, you can see she does the job even with like barely any masteries, right? Because, okay, I've got a 5-star, right? Sure. It's giving her a little bit of bonus damage because she's getting, what, 1.5 times 6. So she's getting like an extra 9% damage from this, and obviously the stats are going to help. But she's basically killing it with no masteries. In Savage, right? She's in good gear. She's in a decent solid build. Don't get me wrong. It's not like I'm saying, but she's not like crazy built. So yeah. What would I replace Allure for Dark Fae? Hall's Ring is another option. Basically, you could take a Man-Eater if you wanted to. Like a Man-Eater's A2 is perfectly great for it. Anyone who drops turn meter, I think Bench is pretty good turn meter drop as well, right? There you go. 2-turn cooldown, 50% chance to drop the turn meter by 15%. Basically, anyone who does a lot of low cooldown, drop cooldown is what you'd look to replace. What you're going to have to do is, instead of having one champion that can do it a lot, you're going to have to just split it across different people. The key is having someone who can do decreased speed as well. Is Artak worth booking? Absolutely, Artak is really good. Did you beat Secret Room 6 in this Doom Tower rotation? I don't think I've even done any or attempted to yet. What is that rotation? I haven't, but it's going to be straightforward, right? Because I'm pretty sure it'll just be this. Right? It's just going to be that. Because you'll see what will happen here. They will not be able to do anything. The Sanguiners are the annoying thing here. They just slow you down, but like nobody's dying. I can let it run, or I can basically let it run it. The Sanguiners are also really annoying because they do that. But you just basically just target this dude over here. They're not gonna be able to do anything. Nothing's gonna work. Could literally just sit here. I have no risk of death. And even if I do, I gotta revive. Just, if you can't beat it with damage, beat it with crowd control. AoE stun sets. AoE stun sets is what you want to do, because all you need to do is basically stun the Reviver, stun Ugo, right? You can see what I'm doing is I'm slowly whittling them down. Take the Reviver out first, then probably take Ugo, and then take the others. I haven't got crazy damage here. It'll take me like 1,000,000 turns, but it's never going to fail. Morrigan is another good option. You can basically strip some buffs. Archmage is surprisingly good damage, Agrias, if you have him. Archmage is very good damage on his A2. Just crowd control them up and keep A2 in and A3 and build him fast. Great option for damage. You know, you could bring Tila if you've got her. Another great option. You can do it with Cornelia if you really want. Even someone like Kriela's great damage. You could build Brogni for damage. He'll do the job as well. Pixnil won't now because they've ruined her. But yeah, I mean, you've got those options. You can build a Kimmy for damage. It's actually kind of stupid. I've done that once. Thanks, Sav, thanks to you and HA the team. I never knew about the team optimizer. Find fastest team. Now all my teams are faster. Awesome, El Chapa. That's what I like to hear. That's what I think. Could you maybe show your Sand Devil 24-25 teams? Well, Glenn, we're going to be talking about Sand Devil in a bit. We're going to be working on that. Glenn, if you stick around, we'll talk about it in a second. Now, someone did ask me earlier for some guidance on Bommel 50. Now, I kind of do my one-shot strategy, okay? So, I'm using Gnishak. Only Gnishak can do this as a one-shot, but I'm basically bringing Arbiter for weaken, Septimus for a 1 max HP knock of 10%. We're using an ally attack to try and get the bombs from Gnishak, and then Baron is just wave killing. So this is one way you can do it. You basically just destroy him. One-shot him, get enough bombs. Sometimes you have to run it a couple of times until you get the good RNG with his A1 and different things, right? Because I haven't got it booked. Cool. I've got a team. I've got an idea. I was working with, I don't know if they're in chat, Big Piranha, who's Crouching Grandpa in the Discord, by using Godseeker with food with a 6-turn cooldown, not a 5-turn. It could be amazing. It might not work. It could be amazing. You've got to go a lot faster, but it could be amazing. So yeah, so Gnishak here, you just got to get some RNG with the A1, but you basically bomb him up. That's strategy one. Another strategy is you could go for a complete healer option, right? You could go something like this. That. Vogoth. I don't know if I have the other one. Where's the other one? I have 2 of them. He's not level yet, is he? He's probably lower level. I don't know what I've done with the other one. I've got another Vogoth somewhere. Basically, you go double Vogoth, Godseeker and Eerie, and then another healer, like Rector or something. I don't know what you want. And you basically just out-heal the boss. So you can just do double Vogoth, double Godseeker. You could do a Duchess Geomancer Suicide type comp. And also you can do like a double Astrolith. I would suggest you go check out YST's channel for Bommel teams. He's got quite a few. Also, if you check the website, you can get the Bommel Boss Guide. The Bommel Boss Guide has got a lot of different suggestions around different team comps you can run. Like, I used to run a very, very strong high resist team. It wasn't very quick, but it could work with like a Vizier where you extend debuffs with Cantra and then you basically keep the decreased accuracy on permanently and then he can't do anything. So, double Brogni could work. I think that would be fine. You could also use a solo comp strategy, right? Like, I could do it with Kyoku. If you check out Hellhades' channel, he's got a video on how to do Kyoku solo. Where is she? She's in here somewhere. I can't remember where she's gone now. You could also do like Burungiri. Lady Annabelle can do it. So there's solo teams as well. So there's lots of different options. Hello, mate. Is it worth putting Sunday for Kaim on a times 10 sacred? I would say yes, probably. I'm tempted to pull on Sunday as well, right? Because although the times 10 odds are not good, at least it's times 2 with the times 10 and it's singular. It's probably the best case. There's not going to be another better place to get Kaimok because he's never going to be guaranteed. So even though 1+1s are better for sacred, I can see the logic, right? Jared, yes, you should still book Artak if he's your only HP burn. My Dark Fate team is Deacon, Ninja, Acrisia, Folger, Allure. Who would you drop to put Ruello in? Honestly, Ninja, Trev. I don't think you need Ninja. I think you have enough between Acrisia, Folger. To be honest. I don't think you need Ninja there. I think Ninja slows you down, if anything. Are there any unkillable teams possible with Helikath and Alsgore? Or Helikath and Roshgard? Alsgore can do it on his own, can't he? Christopher, if you head over to deadwoodjedi.com and have a look at any of the Tower or Helikath teams, you basically replace Helikath or the Tower, Roshgard, with Alsgore, and it will do exactly the same thing. It will work. It should just be literally a drag and drop. It should be the same thing. Kaimon Chase continues for me. I'm ready for the 21 Sacreds. Yeah, exactly, Oddwin. I just can't imagine it's a better time to pull, right? It's the best time to pull. So, yeah, so because Alsgore's a 4-turn cooldown, right? I'm pretty sure Alsgore is a 4-turn cooldown. Where is he? right? It's a 4-turn cooldown, 2-turn block damage. Anyone like Tower and Hellhades is exactly the same place. So he can replace Tower and Hellhades in those positions and do exactly the same things, whatever the setup is. Speak of the devil, just made Yorkshire pudding for the first time. Yorkshire puddings are amazing. Are we talking big Yorkshire pudding or little Yorkshire puddings? Big piranha. Big or little? Because there are different ones. Or giant ones. There's actually big, little, and giant ones. Have I ever considered doing takeovers on stream? So we do some coaching from time to time, GT. I do want to do some like membership featured stuff. Just because I feel guilty that people subscribe to me and I want to give more back as much as I can. But I haven't got to it yet. I've just been a bit too busy. But I'm a bit afraid of doing takeovers because I have a nasty habit of leaking login information. So I'm a bit professional stream and all. Muffin tin Yorkshire puddings are quite little. Oof. When you go big, you don't go back. Those huge Yorkshire puddings are amazing. The only thing he cannot do is solo unkillable like Hellhades. No. You cannot do solo unkillable. True. What? I don't really know the difference there. You'll have to tell me why, odd one. I don't really know. Yeah, okay, got you, Grendel. Yeah, so there is some variation. What I meant is in terms of the unkillable nature of it, any tower comp or any Hellhades comp, probably he can go in and do exactly the same role, with the exceptions that maybe it's not as efficient, right? He can basically enable an unkillable block damage comp with any 2-turn unkillable. Like, you could probably do Warcaster plus Alsgore, just like you can do Warcaster plus Hellhades or Warcaster plus Tower. I still haven't CB. Right, one thing I want to talk about, because there was a bit of a misunderstanding. If you've caught my video from earlier, I did a breakdown of this Gallant deck of Fate. And I kid you not, about 100 people in that comments, at least like 20 comments were like, why are you comparing Deck of Fates with Champion Chase when you should be comparing it with Summon Rush? Everyone seems to have forgotten that the event we would have had this weekend is Champion Chase, not Summon Rush. We just had Summon Rush. So the reason why I was doing Gallant Fate versus Champion Chase is because I was looking at it from, there would have been a Champion Chase this weekend. How efficient would my ×2 Sacreds have been versus Champion Chase? Not versus Summon Rush. If I was to do the math against Summon Rush, well, it changes completely, right? Because there's more legendary books. But even then, it's probably not as good, right? Because most of the Summon Rushes now are like 6,000 to get your second legendary book, which is what? Like 12 Sacred Shards? So even then, it's about the same, personally. So yeah, so a big thing about this was like, right, I'm comparing it to Champion Chase because we would have had a Champion Chase. I don't really know. And people are like saying, oh, it's gambling. I didn't actually include any of these rewards in my math at all. None of them. I didn't include any of these. So the gambling aspect is not there. What I basically said was, if we were to get all required cards for this, I focused on the 40 cards. If we were to farm everything, we guarantee ourselves these. So how was the guaranteed rewards from all of this pool compared to a Champion Chase? And you needed 16 Sacred Shards to get all of these cards. So I don't really understand why people were saying it's a terrible event, it's gambling. I'm like, I'm not even looking at the bonuses. What I'm saying is, if you don't get lucky, you still walk away with more than you would probably get in a Champion Chase for the same amount of shards. Which I think is a positive. Do I like this, like, fate rolling chest? No. I mentioned that multiple times in the video. In my view, what this should be is 3 individual rows. Every time I flip 3 of the purple, I get one of these bonus chests, and then maybe you just neutralize some of the rewards a little bit. Maybe this is like 100 gems. Maybe this is only a tier 2 stone. Maybe this is only a void shard, right? So at least everyone guarantees the reward. I'm not a fan of the fact that someone could get really lucky and someone couldn't get lucky, but I guess that's life. But certainly if you just take these rewards into account, it's better than a Champion Chase tournament. These rewards are more than you would ever get in a Champion Chase tournament. Even if you only get one of these blue ones, I pulled, in the video, I literally pulled 3. Okay, some people might not even get one blue one. But the odds are you're going to get at least one of the blue or one of the epics. You're going to walk away with potentially 200 gems, 100 extra gems, maybe an extra tier 1 soulstone, a void shard. You're going to get bonus rewards on top of this, just maybe not in, some people are going to get a lot more versus others. So the math basically tells me that I'm getting more for the same as if I was getting a champion chase. So it only matters if you don't get all of the cards and if you're not pulling shards. So if you're forced to pull shards to get the cards, then it's different. But if you're already pulling the shards, then you're getting more. I don't really see the problem. I don't see it. Hey Tort, welcome. Is Kale worth to keep until late game? Yeah, I mean Kale's A2 is a strong arena nuke, Robert. Still strong arena nuke. Yeah, the new the new Kale episode, it was almost like the head writer decided to watch Game of Thrones season 3, good old Jon Snow in a cave, then went to watch Romeo and Juliet, star-crossed lovers, then went and watched the first 10 minutes of Lord of the Rings, Fellowship of the Ring, when we have like this voiceover telling us the prologue about the wars and the histories of the Dark Elves and the High Elves, and meshed it all together in a 5-minute sort of how can we make people go, ooh la la, Kale. That's my TLDR of how they wrote that script. Because it's all the same storylines, right? 2 star-crossed lovers go into a cave and make out, and then when they come out, there's great betrayal. I wonder where I've seen that plot line. Jon Snow. Like, it's almost like, actually, when you think about it, it is almost identical storylines, right? You've basically got one aligned with one faction versus the other one. They go into the cave, they find some mutual agreement, then one betrays the other one because they can't quite break their past or something, and then they all go out to war. And in the end, one of them dies. Like, it's almost the same plot line. TLDR. I do use the word TLDR a lot. Mainly because it's a YouTube thing, Greffen. In my head, like, people just want to know the cliff notes. I should start doing SAF notes. That would be cool, right? I should just do the SAF notes. Honestly, episode 3 was my favorite so far. But, like, with every single episode, I'm sitting here, I'm going, you spent 5 minutes telling me the backstory, which I was looking forward to getting into in the episode, and then the episode's over. I'm like, why is it 800,000 views now instead of 500,000 views? Is it more popular than we thought, so we can't give out epic gear with, like, what? Why have we changed that number? It's always been 500,000 views. Like, I feel like it just needs to be longer. I know they're trying to do this as, like, a placeholder for a future TV show, which is good, because I think there's appetite. I would say most people, if I did a poll. Actually, let's do a poll here. Start a poll. If they did Season 2... but more like Arcane. If they did Season 2, would you watch? Put a poll out. I'm pretty sure I know what the result of this is going to be. I think they just need to make it longer. There's so much scope for more story that people, there's an appetite and a demand for it. Oh yeah, sorry, they have changed it. I guess they didn't expect first episode to be so popular or something. Sorry, I didn't really think of that. Like, it's just too short. We want to see more storyline. Like, you literally spent 5 minutes telling me the prologue of the whole thing, and then it ended. Like, we don't even know where Elhain went. Did Queen Eva get her in trouble or something? Also, why has Queen Eva not got wings anymore? They didn't explain any of that. I don't know. All right, let's get rid of some of these. Boom. Go wait. Maybe she gets corrupted. Maybe it's future storyline. Yeah, absolutely. I'm probably just jumping ahead, right? But again, that's what I'm saying. There's an appetite there, I think, for a lot more content. But they're being, like, with the episodes being so short, they have to pack so much into so little that you just don't have time to actually, like, decompress it at all. After the 4 starter champions, who do you reckon will show back? Well, episode 6 is Jizzo. I don't know what episode 5 is because that's not in the preview, right? They've got like the premieres. So next episode is going to be Elhain or Elhain or whatever we're going to call it. Then it's going to be another episode, but they haven't released that one. Then episode 6 is going to be Jizzo. Now there is a dwarf in the trailer, so I guess one of them is going to be the dwarf. That's actually surprising the fusion isn't in there. I thought the fusion would be tied to it. Episode 5 is the Arbiter, is it? Are you sure you're not giving me like secret leaks there, odd one? Because it's not in the preview. It's not actually on their YouTube. No, we won't see Ninja in the show. Is it better to upgrade champion space with gems or silver? So, to a point, silver, then gems, Tom T, right? Once you start hitting like 200 plus, I think the exchange is just too expensive for silver. Like I'm at 280, I would only upgrade with gems now. It's just too expensive. Once you start hitting multi-million silver, it's just not worth it. It's just easier to use the gems, unfortunately. Oh yeah, that's a fair point. She's a dark elf, isn't she? So maybe like Kale, like, I don't know, maybe Kale like corrupts her and then Elhain comes along to try and like get revenge over him. But that's what I'm saying. There is so much. There was so much scope for more story. And the 5 minute just doesn't do it justice. It also limits their storytelling potential with 5 minutes. Because essentially they've got to like drop you in deep. If you ever get a chance to, you can go watch on YouTube. They'll have it somewhere, like the behind the scenes of how they recorded the first Lord of the Rings trilogy. And Peter Jackson basically goes and spends a good like half an hour talking about how trying to get the start right was the most important thing for Fellowship of the Ring, because he basically said you have to spend, you have to basically drop viewers into this universe, which is huge. Give them all they need to know so they understand why the storyline is going to happen in the Fellowship of the Ring, but not spend so much time that it dominates the story. So you've got like loads of, like thousands of years of history to cover in like 5 to 10 minutes, and it's actually important. And you see, and that's what's happening with this TV series, because we don't actually have any backstories, to be honest. They're having to drop in all of the required world building in 5 minute episodes, which means we don't actually get any storyline in the episodes. We're just getting world building. We're getting context. We're getting information given to us. We're not actually getting any world building, any storylines. We're getting like Kale is a dark elf fighting against the high elves, and the high elves are at war with the dark elf. TLDR over. We don't actually get any plot development, character development. We don't actually engage with the characters because all we're getting is the TLDR of what's happening because they haven't got time. So hopefully it is successful and we actually get a proper TV show. Because if you look what they did with Arcane, is yes, we had world building because you have to, but they used their game to present all of that. They spent like 8 years building up a universe of lore. So we have kind of a context already of the different regions. We have a context of different characters. Then in the actual Arcane, why it was so successful is they actually did character development. We got 3 arcs where we followed characters from their childhood into their middle years into how it ended up the way it did. So we could follow with the characters, we could engage emotionally with the characters, we could connect with different characters. You don't really have the capacity to do that with this TV show that they've done because it's just over in a blip. So we're still at the learning phase. We're not at the, okay, now I'm connected phase. It's the silver return per gem farm. It's the silver return per gem farm in Spider 24. 20 is the best one, isn't it, for silver? 20 Spider. Have I read the Septimus lore? I haven't. But I read the Mithrala lore and I was like, Mithrala's a pirate? What the hell? Like, I didn't really expect that. Were you aiming for the 20.5 points on the anniversary path? We haven't finished the anniversary path, right? It's still open. We'll be getting some more of that today when we do a bit of gear cleansing. At the moment, I'm just farming up champion training for this silly Deck of Fates thing. I'm actually triple dipping, believe it or not. I'm triple dipping. I'll explain why. I think I need probably hard. I farm Spider 20 all the time here, bad. When I'm not doing CVC, I only do 20 spider in the week. Unless there's an event on. Because it's the best silver farm. By far. It's way better. I don't do... Oh, look at that. Stupid things. I don't do any other dungeon. I do Spider 10 hard in CVC. But I will not do... I'll do Spider 20 normally. You know these daily quests we get to do 3 artifacts? It's always Spider 20 for me. If there's a dungeon event on, like Times 3 Savage, then I'll farm 25. If it's a fusion, I'll do like Dragon 25, Ice Golem 25, or like Dragon 10 hard now. But when it comes to non-fusion, non-dungeon events, I'll always do a Spider 20. I won't do any other ones because it's the best silver farm by quite a distance. Silver per energy, quite a distance. My Spider 20 team, it's a one-shot team. It's basically this team here. Just one-shot it. It's quicker, it's more efficient. FY 25 million from 360 runs, 5-7, 24 million from Spider 24, same energy. Well, yeah, I mean, hence my Spider 20 is better farm. 12 seconds. Job done. I subscribe to Senti's math, and Senti's math tells me all the time that Spider 20 is the best silver farm in the game. And he swears by it. Swears by it. By the way, guys, I also, I did a bit of an oopsie, right? So I had to try and finally make my Dragon 10 100%, and LeBurger just wasn't cutting it. So what I did was I swapped out LeBurger for Dark Hail because he's got this... he places poisons, but he can also extend them 100%. Totally forgot you had to crit. Who even knew that? Messed it up. So now I've got a 100% pretty much. I've noticed that it sometimes fails on ways. I need to like increase my sear damage just a little bit. But this is now like... I couldn't trust LeBurger, basically. So I had to get rid of Theodore and adjust it a little bit so that I guaranteed that I got the extension. So now with Dark Hail here in Stone Skin, we guarantee that we get extra poisons out, and we then will get an extension, and also we get like a decreased attack sometimes if there's enough space. So the fact that Dark Hail is getting that extra extension just means that we don't ever die on the boss now. I couldn't trust LeBurger. If LeBurger didn't extend, we always failed. But now it's fine, see? We're great now. That was a pretty slow run. It's a bit faster than normally. But because I swapped that out, I forgot I was using Dark Hail in Spider 10 hard. So I had to rebuild my Spider 10 hard team because I messed it up. So I had to swap out, and I've used Tire. Exactly, Mullet, right? It helps just keep it a bit more consistent and a bit safer. That's what I realized. It was just too RNG. So I've swapped it now because obviously I was running in a different speed tune and I need this to be very closely speed tuned. And I'm using Tire. And it turns out that I've accidentally improved my Spider 10 hard team because this is now 27 seconds consistent, where before it was a bit inconsistent from time to time. So you can see here, we still get the triple poison, which is important. But what we also get is still get the activation. So you'll see what happens here now. I've tweaked it a little bit. I've sped up a few champions so that we're basically going to put poisons out here. Cold Heart is now going to go before the Queen. This, I say, the game must be slowing down something. Is RSL Helper doing something? Hang on. I think RSL Help is breaking my performance. Let's try this now. Let me just see if that was RSL Help is slowing my game down. Was it? May have been. Yeah, I think it was, right? Because I was testing this earlier and I did like 10 runs and it was 27 seconds exact. I might need to restart the game. Yeah, I'm going to restart the game in a second, try it again. It's okay. Let me restart the game quickly. Probably needs one anyway. Ugh. What build stats does Stultus need to do Dragon? They're always quite tanky, Adam. Mine's like 96,000 HP, 4.4k defense in regen, Defiant. He does need to be quite tanky. Will the new cow be good in Spider Hard? Honestly, Ross, we're going to talk about the cow in a second. I actually don't have any idea where I'm going to use that guy with that championess. maybe Daniel, maybe they did. Right, let's try this again. Let's see if it speeds up. Because this was doing 27 seconds consistently earlier. Yeah, I tried the stone skin QWERTY and it just wasn't stable enough. You needed the regen. I found the stone skin was just had a risk of failure where regen was safer. And also it means then you can use him in Agreth. Otherwise you can't use him at all. There we go. Saved seconds. So that's how the team works. So the idea, it's actually, I'm quite impressed with it. What we're actually doing is we replace Darkhail, which is similar to Tyre, right? The problem with Tyre, she's all single target, where Darkhail has a bit more AoE about him. But what we did is we replaced it. We lifted Cold Heart to go faster than Tyre now on the second turn, so that Tyre comes in and finishes off with this ability, which has a 100% chance to fully activate everything on the target. So it's almost like a nuke. Whereas Darkhail was an A1 inconsistent one. So we still got the same setup where we put Hex from Ruel, Poisons from and Weaken from Taurus, and 110%. But it just means now it's more consistent every 27 seconds. The fail rate is still fine because we've got a triple poison. She's not gonna 3% every single poison. So that's okay. So yeah, so we just go in, boom, go in, boom, go in, boom. It's really, really quick. Really, really quick. I think, ironically, I think this is better. Tyre is the Doom Tower epic, yeah. It can't fail from what I can understand. I can't see a fail position. Maybe if I don't land Weaken. Potentially. Maybe if I don't land the Hex, it breaks my speed tune because the Hex decreases the boss's speed. Maybe if someone dies, but you can see even when it crits, nobody really dies. I'll have to run it in the next next CVC to see what happens. But you can see 27 seconds consistent every single time so far, apart from when I was lagging. It's been consistent. Pretty good. I'm really tempted by this pack, I'm not gonna lie. It's so bad. I'm looking at it, I'm like, it's so much money, but I'm like, it's 2 for 1. I always get the 2 for 1 deals. It's 2 for 1. Oh. Yeah, the Doomtown normal. It's so good. I'm tempted, honestly. So after you use Arbiter, Gnishak team, and level 50 hard against the bomb, I do Ford Mustang. I one-shot it. Did you get it, Alien? Get it. Get it. It's expensive, and it's the problem. But my philosophy with the tier 1 stones are the packs that the only pack that I would ever consider is the ones where you get 2 tier 1s for $1. I'll not buy them at 1-to-1. 2-to-1 is where it's good for. See you later, Agrius. Thanks for becoming a member and for those gifted memberships earlier. Really appreciate it. Have a good evening. Yeah, I mean, Heliax, it could be, right? It could be. As I said, I don't condone, or in my head, I don't see the value if it's 1-to-1, right? But if it's 2-to-1, then I value tier 1 stones much greater than the tier 2 and the tier 3s. I actually don't think the tier 2s and tier 3s are that good. It's a bit like ancient shards and sacred shards, right? Technically, sacred shards give you the best opportunities to get legendary shards. But 9 times out of 10, you want the ancient shards because volume. you get more of the ancient shards and you get sacred shards, and it's the same thing with the tier 1s. You get more rolls at a chance of getting something better, whereas the tier 3s just give you a 5-star snorting thug. So I actually value these tier 1 stones quite highly. I value it very high, and I'll only ever get them when it's 2 for 1. I will not, I don't think it's worth buying if they're not 2 for 1, but when they're like this, I'm like, considering souls are normally very important, right? They are very important. Right, let's do some live arena, shall we? We'll do some live arena, and then we will crack on. We'll talk about the cow after we've done live arena. Would you ever awaken a 5-star Oathbound? Oathbound's amazing. Oathbound is really good for the defense secret room, Brissinger. He's very good. Underrated epic. Would I 5-star him? I mean, it's better than selling for coins. So, could you recommend a build for Longbeard? Longbeard is basically normally a blender team, right? Or he's used in Clan Boss, so it's just damage, basically. Would you say you are some of the best champs to take advantage of Relentless? Who would you say? So Relentless is very, 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 very good. Oh my god. What you gonna do, mate? So Relentless is very good on champions that have multiple abilities that you want to get round to again. Someone like Necmo. Not really Necmo, that's not a good example. He's good on Relentless, but not for this example. Champions basically with more than 2 active abilities that you want to get back round to a lot. Relentless is good for. Just take that with it. Someone like a champions with guaranteed extra turns. Very, very, very good. Yeah, champions with guaranteed, very, very good. For example, Necmo Thar, Whisper, because she's a guaranteed. Mr. Adidaithi. Why? Because the Relentless set rolls at the same time as the skill. The question is, can I keep my team alive here? Because you get a chance to roll the Relentless set even when you take an extra turn. They might just die. Oh, well. He's got a very squishy Duchess. Okay, we're okay. We're okay. Can I just one-shot you? Oh, so close. So close. The only problem is I'm going to lose 2 champs. I'll probably lose all 3 of them now. It's fine. It's okay. We procced 1 swift parry. That's the main thing. Now they can't do anything for a while. Because they can only A1 now. I think we're fine. We're fine. We're pretty much okay. She's going to A2 probably. Well, she can't. Actually, this is like free win. Totally free win. I'll explain my extra turn logic in a second. I just need to finish this off first. This is a free win. I don't lose this. There's no way I lose this. Because we just kill him. 1 down. Surely he knows this is a loss, right? Because I'm just never going to attack his Mortu. Then I'm going to attack her. As long as I never attack his Mortu, he never gets... Then he's never going to be able to kill my Duchess, so... Now we just need to be careful a second. We're going to soften them up bit by bit. I don't want to kill them when I don't have good good coverage. They have to die at the right time. Like, we want to keep 1 up in case I need to. Like, that's ideal to some extent. I want to get rid of the bolster first. Now we can like hit this. Probably should have killed that. I actually need to adjust my screen. It's not really fitting in the window, is it? Oh. Just keep that going. Got a life harvest work. Okay, now we can kill that. Awesome. Again, we avoid attacking the mortar. Does he know he's lost? Like, he should do, right? This is GG. Because I'm just going to hit him. Yeah. I'm just never going to touch you. Sorry, mate. How to deal with Mortu Macabres. Oh, look, 200 gems. So what I was saying about Relentless. Champions that have guaranteed extra turn with Relentless means that when you take that extra turn, you basically get another chance at another extra turn. So it increases the value of Relentless sets because essentially you're gaining extra roll chances. So champions like Mistrider Daithi, Whisper, Nekmothar get lots of benefits from Relentless sets. And then, of course, Relentless is used if you have more than one active ability. In an instance like Geomancer, where you're not using his A2, Reflex is better because you're more likely to get back around to his A3 because Reflex will reduce the cooldown of the A3 more often than Relentless will, just in terms of the probability. So that's the type of scenarios where Relentless is pretty good. Someone like Ninja benefits from Relentless because you need to use his A2 and his A3 to get his passive rolling. Those are the types of champs. Yeah, I mean, this is the thing. Like, there's always counters to double stacking. Taras, you can't really counter double stack. It's really hard because he hits so hard. But Mortus, if you just don't attack the Mortu is useless. Doesn't do anything. And he couldn't ban out my nukers, so he tried to ban out my tanks. I was like, well, I've just got Duchess. Your Mortus are never killing my Duchess without peril. So... yeah, like, again, Brissinger, he has a chance, a pretty good chance of getting extra turns, right? So he has more opportunities to roll those extra turns. We've seen it when I've done Whisper and Hydra. How many times has Whisper and Hydra gone extra turn, extra turn, extra turn? How many times in my clan boss run did Mistrider Daithi go extra turn, into an extra turn, into another extra turn, into another extra turn? Because he keeps rolling both of them. It's actually really, really powerful. Ooh, Errol. I take Arbiter out here, right? Take out his increased attack and hope for the best. I could lose, though. I'm nervous about this one. It depends how hard his Errol hits. I have no Arbiter to protect me either. He does hit hard Errol. Like, he's not got any affinity issues against me. Yeah, I'll show him a Phoenix after this now. See you later, the Doable. Have a nice evening. Yeah, if you can start queuing up extra turns a lot, then Relentless becomes incredibly powerful. Right, he should kill my Uko. He should go for my Uko. Didn't kill my Uko. Bit of a problem, because now I can get a turn. We got a stun on one of them. We did get a stun on Candy. Sleep the Vlad. It's fine. First death. Errol didn't get to play the game. Sorry. I apologize to Errol. Honestly, we might as well just blow this to get some turn meter. Because he's going to die anyway. Because Candy's going to kill him. This is just an arms race. Can I kill him? Don't have Swift Parry. He's got Swift Parry. Every time it's Swift Parry. It's like so painful to experience it every goddamn time. Because now he's going to kill my... Oh, I made a mistake. I shouldn't have A3. Why did you not kill the Nekmo? Why didn't you kill the... Whoa. Why didn't you kill the Nekret? Kill the Nekret because now... You fool. Now I've won. Why didn't you kill the Nekret? He has speed buff. You're not going to kill me through... I was losing that. Stop giving me wins. You could have won. All you had to do was attack the Nekret. The Nekret would not have got his ally attack back. The Nekret would have died. Then my dude is empty, and then you just kill him. How much res needed for tanks done in Ultra Nightmare? Like, not unless you're gonna push like 800 resistance. Resistance is not that valuable. Like 400 is fine. Just take out some of the normal DPS. Do you find Uko is good for live arena? Yeah, basically. Uko is just great at dealing with that situation there. I got a free stun on the Candy. I got rid of a bunch of his buffs. Like, Polymorph is a thing. Oh, look, we're fighting a Saoirse. But really, I just run the RNG. I'm tempted to build a Rhiannon Reflex for 3rd Hydra normal team. Thoughts? I mean, she's AoE block buffs, right? Or single target block buffs with AoE buff removal. I wouldn't say it's necessarily crazy strong, but it's a viable option. Yeah, this is going to be a loss, by the way, guys. This is going to be a loss. I am Daniel. I'm annoyed because he had it in the bag. All he had to do was attack the Necret, and I would have lost. This is just going to be a loss. There's no way I win this. Yeah, I'll show you the builds after this fight now. I meant to show it after the last one. I got carried away. Let's have an Uko off. Let's have an Uko off. I'm going to lose this one for sure. Well, he would have got a double hit Juggernaut. But even then, you don't attack the protected Necret because you give Necret's A2 back. Which means that Necret could ally attack and give me a free... Basically give that free extra attack on the... Oh, nice. I do get it. Oh, yes. Yes. This couldn't have gone better. Except for the fact I've got to double hit that Rotus before I get... Don't take my increased attack. Don't take my increased... Oh, he's got Provoke. Ooh. It's okay. It's okay. Let's take the Baron out. He's dead. Can we get stuns? Yes. We are RNGing the heck out of this fight. It's fine. Life Harvest is there. Now we do the double AoE. Can I get a stun on Baron? I need a stun on Baron. Oh. It's a Provoke Uko, which means I can never take a turn. Oh, and I can't block revive because I don't have blood. This is going to one-shot me. Okay, never mind. He sucks. Decrease attack. This is going to be horrific, though, because Provoke is much more efficient. Unless I can get back to my A2, I'm never going to get a turn here. He's going to one-shot my Duchess. He's won this. I said it. I thought he'd won it. And then he one-shots Yuko. Ooh. Okay, well, there's a chance. It's a very slim chance. Because I'll be honest, that Provoke is just ruining me. Please land the decrease attack. Oh, didn't, but I got a stun off at least. I needed the decrease attack to land first so I could get a double attack. Ah, the Provoke again. Provoke Uko is dominant. There's the Polymorph. Okay, revive up. Don't think it's going to matter because I'm pretty sure I'm just going to get one shot. Has he got A3 back? Yeah. I haven't. I didn't think I'd win it to begin with. It's just he's just too Izuko is too dominant. It's too dominant. I knew I was going to lose it even before I got drafted because he's got Warlord and I couldn't ban away one of his other ones. He's just provoke all the time, and if you can't break the provoke chain, it's pretty rough. So, do you always switch off A2 when fighting bosses? Normally, Christomir. The only time I use his A2 is in Hydra, because if I don't normally have a torment solution, so I'll use the A2 to basically proc the fear so that I always have the A3 available. Hydro B in the house. Hey Hydro, how's it going? Welcome. You bought the Soulstone pack, pulled the 60, got 3 things over 3 stars, 5-star Blood Raid, 4-star Jireg, and 5-star Paragon. Oof. I might get it and just save them all and do in one big video. I'll have a think. I'll go speak to the banker fiction to see how much is in the kitty. Honestly, just take that out. I'm pretty sure I can tank the 2 nukes. He's probably going to take away my Necret. We have a recommended build section on your site. I cannot find it. Recommended build. I was meant to show my builds here. Oof. Recommended build in terms of what context, Robert? What context? Yeah, Taiku. Like, I fought someone yesterday that clearly had timed out or something. Every single draft pick selection was taking hours upon hours. I actually should not have drafted Uko. I should have drafted Pythian because I expected them to ban my Necret. So I'm probably going to lose this now because I picked the wrong champions. Because there's no way that I'm going to outspeed it. Necret and Uko is just going to get one shot by the double nuke. And now I haven't got any protection because I have not got any bolster. So I kind of misplayed this super hard. The only way I win this is if I get a turn before the nukers. I'm never going to get a turn before the nukers. So, misplayed, but hey. There's the misplay. Might be able to, like, survive a nuke. If I can keep Uko alive, I might be okay. It'd be nice if you can place decreased attack. If I can keep Uko alive, we're okay. Because I can block damage and they can't basically, don't A2, don't A2, don't A2, don't A2. He's going to A2 the Uko. I made a mistake. I shouldn't have brought Pythian in. I shouldn't have brought Uko in. I should have brought Pythian in because I should have expected him to ban either my Necret, I made a mistake is all. So I probably lost this. Because I made my own mistake. Right, this is not the live arena sucks. I made a mistake. Warrior Circle packs are normally very good. Now the only good news is Trunda's useless. The bad news is Leo's going to take a turn and basically one-shot my team again. So... Okay, never mind. I forgot. I got stun set. The stone skin fell off. I mean, a sensible person would... 82 here. He didn't have enough damage. Okay, I might be able to still win this. Might be able to still win. It's a very slim chance that I still win this. I think I win this now. Because I don't think they can get through my block damage. And I'm pretty sure beyond one shot, which Uko should get a turn back. So as long as Uko doesn't die. We're okay. It's just whether or not Uko dies. If Leo one-shots my Uko, then I'm in trouble. Okay, I'm alright. If I can get a turn. She hasn't got A2 back, surely. Oh, for God's sake. Right, bad enough. Lock him out. No more. No more funny business. Steal his buffs. GG. It's wonderful. It's glorious. Took me a while. I shouldn't have won that. I got lucky. If the Uko died before I got block damage up, I wouldn't have had a chance. Constantine did 1 damage. 1 damage, Constantine. When the hell did he do 1 damage? Oh, probably when he killed the Leorius. He is number 1 with 1 damage. No, Leorius doesn't. Yeah. Right, some of these builds here. Yes, okay, cool. It's the delay, Sean. I picked the milestone reward up. It delays when it pops up. The Constantine and the Vlad's in a bit of a weird build, right? He's at 251 speed with 195% crit rate, crit damage, but he's got like 271. I like to give him a little bit of accuracy just so that he can get his turn meter and his A3. You see the value of it there. Normally it beats most of the resistance levels, even with a bit of a buff. It shouldn't really beat like the super tanks, but most people don't build... most people do not build resistance. So, in Savage, of course, with standard, like, on-hit masteries. I also give him, like, the bonus speed when people die if I need to finish someone off. Surprisingly, when he's paired with Constantine, he gets a lot of turn meter. Constantine is built in 7.2k attack, 278% crit damage. He is built to do damage. Probably the tankier one here, right? Double reaction, fully ascended, gloves, fully ascended chest. Doesn't really need the boots. These probably don't. This probably does. And then the Phenax build, I think, is in lethal. Phenax is in lethal. Really, I should probably look at getting some of these upgraded. None of them, they all kind of suck, actually. That one sucks as well. He is in 6.1k attack, 267% crit damage. Bit faster because I built him when speed mattered more. Doesn't really matter so much. If I rebuilt him, I'd put him probably like 180 speed now. And again, on hit masteries for them all. He's got defensive trees because he's just squishier, right? He's got a lower base attack. But getting that counter attack can really help sometimes to get you over the line. You were surprised I was able to get them that tanky. Let's have a look. I mean, I do get some from area bonuses. You get some innateness as well. Like, I mean, I wouldn't say they're super tanky at 2.2k, but you can see I'm getting it from faction guardians from there. I'm not really indexing much into defense or HP. It's just basically getting them from the helm and stuff. I have one dedicated for my Fire Knight team, SGT, and one for other areas like Dark Fae. They require different speed tiers, so I have two. One isn't really fully built up. The other one is built more for the Fire Knight. Who would help me the most with dungeons progression? Venomage, Allure, or Royal Guard? Venomage is going to be able to do it in a more solo-esque way. Royal Guard will be able to deal more damage to bosses. So it depends what you're struggling with. If you're struggling with waves, Venomage will be better. Venomage also has that really powerful. I'd say either Royal Guard or Venomage. Allure is a specialist. You will use her to defeat specific bosses, not as a general boss. I'd follow your advice on upgraded Hydra speed to level 6 since I'm out of silver and I can't upgrade more. What should I focus next? Ignore defense. Or resistance, right? Resistance or ignore defense, because normally accuracy is easy to acquire, but the resistance will help just generally deal with the mischief head, which normally causes you more problems. So ignore defense for your damage dealers, resistance just for mischief, and then accuracy probably. Crit damage can also be an option as well if you just want more damage. But I feel like ignore defense over crit damage for damage, right? 20% ignore defense on a 6k target is going to be more damage than 30% crit damage. Should do. I would not put any focus in height speed and defense first. You just don't get much bonuses from it. I'm never going first here. I'm going to do the Pythian strat. Oh, I should have actually... yeah, let's take out Uko. Pretty sure we can survive this. The HP and defense only give you 20% of your base. It's not that much, believe it or not. It's not that much. Don't think you're going to get much out of it. It's not that crazy. Ignore defense, way good. Accuracy resist, really good. Crit damage, really good. You should do the right-hand side of ignore defense first, then focus on the other stuff. It's the same way with affinity bonuses, the normal Great Hall. Identical situation. Did I do the counter for that last one? We're at 4 fights. Yes, I did. You think they'll ever put in better filter taps for finding champs? A search box would be helpful, wouldn't it, Leon? Oh, they killed my Vladimir. What am I going to do? Oh, didn't. What am I going to do? They killed my Vladimir. How am I going to survive? Tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to one-shot you. Ready for it, boys? Here we go. First up, we soften up the Duchess. And then once the Duchess is no longer part of this world, what we're going to do is we're going to A2 and win. Sorry, guys. That's what I should have done in the last fight, by the way. I expected them to ban my Necret. I put a Pythian in case they ban the Necret. Kapow. Yep. Constantine passive works whilst Vlad is dead. How do I find the use for the... How do you find... I don't use it, G-Man. I barely use... I had RSL help open earlier because I was doing coding at the same time, so I needed someone to basically take my champions up in the campaign. But honestly, I just don't use RSL helper. It's just so... I don't know what it is for me. I just have problems with it all the time. It's laggy. Like, I can't move it around my PC. I just have problems with it. Yeah, the area bonuses are quite impactful in certain areas. The problem is they're only impactful in very limited areas, right? So outside of Hydra and Clan Boss, Era bonuses and Fire Knight, era bonuses are kind of negligible. So you're going to hit a point eventually where you go, well, I don't really need the medals anymore. I probably am going to have to ban the Uko. I'm going to do the same thing again because I'm going to have to ban the Kimmy. Kimmy is a nightmare. Whenever I face the Kimmy, Kimmy is an absolute nightmare. And if I don't kill Kimmy, if I don't take her away, it's a problem. I expected the Necrit ban. That's why I brought Pythian in to give me survivability. Well, if you don't have Cardiel, more like Darky. I have 2 Valkyries. I don't have Cardiel. Right, that's why we brought in Pythian. No more stuns for you, boy. We actually can lock him out. Well, we could have locked him out. I hate you come back with no HP. I really despise that. I should come back in the same state that I was before when it comes to HP. I don't care if you reset my turn meter, fine, but don't take out basically all of my HP because I went into sheep mode. That's so annoying. So frustrating. Oh, man. I'm losing this now because of Polymorph. Probably lost. Because I got sheeped before I put block active skills up. Basically, it's the only reason why I'm losing this. Can you kill my Pythian? Probably. Stupid Polymorph. It's the only reason why I lost that. Come on. Thank you. Yeah, Uko can stun against Bolster. Unless I got block debuffs up, Uko can stun. How much res does my Pythian have? Like 400 odd? Not much. Hey, Denise. Yeah. It's actually just because I didn't block the active skills on the Leo. If I blocked the active skills on the Leo, I would have been fine. And then, of course, the problem is he came back up and instantly killed my Vlad. So, because I lost all of my HP on my Vlad because of Polymorph. Polymorph, when you come back, should, in my opinion, leave you at the HP level you were on before you went into Polymorph. It shouldn't take away half your HP. It's punishing enough. Don't ruin it. Like, you already take all of my buffs, all of my turn meter, all of my effects, and take me out from being able to take turns. Don't take all my HP as well. That's just ridiculous. Okay. 5-star salad, a 6-star salad. No, the debuffs, the decrease accuracy and the block buffs only apply if there's no buffs on the target. But the stun set will go on regardless. Bolster is there to counter his block buffs, not the stun set. I don't even know what this build is. I guess this is one of those players that I can put anything in arena and I'll win. I mean, just take that out. I don't really care about Gala. She'll one-shot me, but I just don't really care. Because eventually you can't one-shot me quick enough. Yeah, he's probably one of these players that just does it to climb every day and just throws in whatever champions and probably wins. It'll be an Arbiter lead. He'll probably ally attack and try and kill one of my nukers, or maybe Uko quickly. But then she'll be able to kill maybe 2 people, maybe 3 tops. I don't think Gala's going to be able to kill my team before I get a chance to revive. So, and once I revive, it's over. Like, it's going to be boost into Cardiel, which should get me back round to... It's just whether or not Necmo gets, like, overrun. Like, this is an extra turn. Why didn't you extra turn? I suppose he doesn't need to because he's got priority. You're going to slow me down now. Now you're probably going to kill my Necmo. Why didn't you ally attack? You could legit lose because you didn't ally attack. Yeah, you get an extra turn here, so you're going to kill one of them. That's not a problem. But she could have killed 3 with an ally attack. Just fine. Kill him. It's fine. Gonna bring... I just need to get a turn. Once I kill the Gala, it's fine. I just need a turn. Can I get a turn? Am I allowed to get a turn? Please, can I have a turn? Can I have a turn? Please, can I have a turn? Please, can I play the game? I want to play the game. I want to play the game. Let me play the game. Let me play the game. Please, let me play the game. Oh my god. Why are you doing that? You don't do anything. Let me play the game. Please. Oh, for God's sake. Hey, I can play the game. Thank you. It's nice playing the game. Now can I win the game? It's frustrating when you know you've won, but it's just going to take you twice as long to get through. Like, there's no way he can win now. Because Gala, this is why I'm not a fan of Gala. Like, technically, what he should have done was ally attacked with Cardiel when he had the opportunity, so that you get one instant free kill. Then she can go in and get an extra kill off one of my nukers, then go get another kill. It would have put more pressure on me, but because she's never killed the Constantine, he was able to get that extra turn and block Reviver, so it was over. So actually could have won, but misplayed it. But Gala on her own is not strong enough to win fights. She needs support. No, I still had to play it properly, even on auto there. I still had to play it properly. I would imagine that type of player is someone who just plays the 10 live arena, just throws in the most powerful champions they have, and just climbs. Because it's much easier to climb now than before. Because you basically get far less punishment. Far less punishment. Hey, Flash Raids. Not really ranting. I'm just sat there like, please, can I just win? I know I've won. Let me win. Just let me get to the end. You know Harima is great for PvP. Yeah, I mean... She's like, Harima's ability to reduce people's defense is actually quite strong. It's basically built-in cruelty. Oh, for the love of all that is real. What do I build here? Honestly, I know I shouldn't, but I just find that Helicaths, you can never predict what the Helicath is going to be. Is it going to be a nuke Helicath and then you just get destroyed? Or is it going to be a... I guess we'll just throw some of this. You just never know, so I just rather take the Helicath away just so I reduce the risk. The Harima's not a problem, because if I get any uptime on my nukers with the Harima will die. Losing Duchess kind of hurts, because it slows me down here. But it should be okay, because Pythian should go first. Like, you might kill my my Vlad. He's going to go up. Like, you're not going to do any damage to me right now. Just going to take away that. Like, there's no point me doing any abilities right now. I could take away turn meter. Slow him down a bit. Put protection here. I don't really care if Vlad dies, right? Vlad is a bot right now. My main focus is Constantine. I need to kill the Harima. If I kill the Harima, I win. So at the moment, I'm just like, okay, right, well, keep my Reviver alive. I can take an opportunity and take out the Arbiter. Nearly got her. Losing like a buff there kind of hurts. But you can see, like, Harima needs warm-up time. Kill my Vlad, I don't mind. You crack on. Because all I need is one A1 on that Harima without a shield. Get a revive off here. Put the strengthen out. Might as well take out the Arbiter right now. Because it just takes away the boosting power. So again, I don't really care. Like, if she wants to kill my Vlad over and over, she can. But ultimately, it's not going to make a difference. She's used her abilities now anyway. So she can't do anything. So now I'm just going to AoE. They have no AoE damage reduction. I just need to kill her now. This is why I'm not a massive, like, believer. That kind of polymorph has kind of hurt. The Harima's that crazy strong. I could be in trouble here because of that polymorph, though. That's really messed me up because it's taken away my protection off Constantine. She can kill Constantine now. She should have just gone for Constantine. The only fail rate I had there was Constantine not having protection. It's still a fail rate. I have to basically one-shot, but it's going to be very hard to one-shot through that shield. But I have to try. It's a problem. I've lost Necret. I could lose this now because I lost Necret. She is ramping up. That's the problem there, see? I lost Necret. I lost the Necret passive protection, which meant he's a vulnerable person. So I'm probably going to lose now. Not because of Harima, because of Polymorph. Harima was ready to die. Now, the only hope I've got here is I can get background before he kills my Pythian, but I think he's going to kill the Pythian. And that's Polymorph basically winning that. They need to do something about the Blessing. It's just ruining arena fun. Because I had that fight perfectly. I lost it not because of the champions, but because of stupid Polymorph. 2 fights now I've lost because of Polymorph. I lost the protection on Constantine because you lose all of the buffs when they go into that model. So frustrating. But Harima there is not a problem. I could have won if I didn't have that shield. I had to go and try and kill her because I knew... In all essence, I probably made a mistake because I used his A3 on Arbiter, which I shouldn't have done because I couldn't kill. The Brogni was also crazy HP pool, right? Crazy HP pool. Can Artak solo Dragon 20 with life steal? Yeah, I think he can, yeah. I believe he can. I think Stone Skin is okay, right, Dr. McBoy? Because you can do, like, bomb strategies. You can do things like weighted out strategies, right? You've got strategies to deal with Stone Skin. What's killed Arena is Tarichka and Polymorph. That's what's killed Arena. Tarichka and Polymorph. Not Stone Skin. Stone Skin hasn't killed Arena. There's ways to work around Stone Skin that you can't work around Marichka, Taras, and Polymorph. There's just nothing you can do. You can't debuff them, so you can't get rid of the buffs, and then Taras just one-shots you. What do you do? Yeah, she is overhyped big time, right? What's the rabbit doing here? I don't really know. It doesn't though, Sneak Tree, because Taras has got to place debuffs, and normally Taras will just one-shot, so does it really counter him? Taras can just one-shot everything. Any blessing suggestion for Lady Annabelle? 6-star for solo and Bomb Night Hard. Probably Cruelty to improve your War Master, I guess. Am I really afraid of debuffs here? Probably not. Oh wow, I'm faster. Turn meter, because he's got cleanse. Oh wow, I just one-shot his... Well, the rabbit lasted long. Sorry, Johnny Joe. It's a bit of an unfair mismatch, really. I'm way stronger than him. Miracle Heal for healing, Lady Annabelle. Miracle Heal is trash. I would not recommend you put Miracle Heal on any champion in the game. It doesn't work. The only area maybe where it's good is Fire Knight Hard, but even then. It's just bad. I don't know. I don't really know what this matchup is. Climbing is much easier now, by the way. Climbing is way easier. Like, I'm at 6'3" and I'm at 1700. I just got 1680. It's much easier now that they've adjusted silver. They've done what I suggested they should have done, which is silver needed to lose a lot less points so that players naturally climbed quicker. So it felt like you progressed more, which felt like the game mode was better. So I've started doing my 10 a day a little bit just because it's much easier to climb. Whereas before, when it was like I fought 10 battles, I lost 4 battles, I've gained 5 points. Awful. Now, I gain like 20 points. Yeah, so the problem with Miracle Heal is it only restores the percentage of the actual missing HP that you've restored. So if you've only got 1000 HP left to heal, it's only going to restore 30% of that 1000, even if you heal for 100,000. And that's the problem with Miracle Heal. Whereas the Head of Decay destroys max HP based on the total heal, Miracle Heal only restores based on the amount that I've actually healed. Which means you always end up in a negative sum game because you come in, restore with Miracle Heal, and then the enemy goes, okay, I'll take your 20k heal and I'll destroy 15%. So you're never ever going to be able to restore more than you lose. So it's just poor. Oh my god, what am I going to do here? Don't ban Vlad. Don't ban Vlad. Don't ban Vlad. Damn it! Someone knows how to play the game. I'm going to lose because I can't stop the Marichka cycle in. Unless I get lucky with some stuns. Oh, one's done. The Harima didn't. I am going to lose this fight pretty comfortably. This is the other sad thing about Live Arena, right? I know what's going to happen before anything happens. I know I'm going to lose this fight. Like, I can kill the... Really? There we go. Harima shouldn't reduce Soul Reap. Oh my god, I'm so... How many more times do I have to bug report this and say it shouldn't happen? Soul Reap is meant to ignore 100% defense just because Harima has a passive that reduces ignore defense. Shouldn't affect blessings. Just like... What can I do? Like, it shouldn't reduce Soul Reap. Soul Reap is designed to execute. Why doesn't it execute when it's meant to execute? Why do you recommend? Because... Oh my god. I'm going to lose because of that stupid Soul Reap passive. It should ignore 100% defense. No, because it's a debuff. She reduces the ability for attack-based damage effects that ignore defense. So 6,000 code. So because Soul Reap is coded as 6,000 damage, she reduces it by 50%, which means it doesn't execute, which means I've lost this now because of that one fact. I probably would have lost anyway because I can't kill Marichka without Vlad. If I had Vlad, Marichka's easy. And, like, this is just, like, we're never going to get through the wave. Like, you've made a blessing that's coded to be an execute. Just stop this nonsense. I'm done. Live Arena's making me annoyed. But you've made a blessing. It's coded to basically execute. And then you make things not allow it to execute. It doesn't execute in Hydra. It doesn't execute against Marichka, against Harima's passive. And they wonder why players get so frustrated with Plarium because it's inconsistent. Right? You've made something that's meant to kill an enemy. Like, it even reads like it. If you like the reading of it. When this champion, the Reaper will appear and deal extra damage equal to the target's remaining HP. Well, guess what? It doesn't. Why? Because Harima ignores the defense. Why haven't we fixed it? I've reported it twice now. Getting annoyed by it. Because Harima would have died, which meant I wouldn't have lost some of the things. I would have got some momentum, and then maybe I would have been able to do something. But because she didn't die, she got full healed by Marichka, and then I was stuffed. Now, there's a good chance I probably wouldn't have won because I couldn't block revive, but still, you know what I mean? Like, I made the mistake. I should have picked Fennex, but then he would have probably banned Fennex anyway. Right. Let's talk about the cow, shall we? Let me just check what dailies I got to do first. Tag. Let's just set a clan boss run off while we're talking about the cow. Spirit's fine. Yeah, he would have banned. They would have banned it there because they banned the Vlad to stop the block reviving. If I have Fennex, I can block revive and stop the Marichka. It really reduces the value of Marichka. So if you're an experienced player and you see Fennex, you ban Fennex. Doesn't really matter because they can't really. Even though I was getting annoyed by the Soul Reap, I probably would have lost that anyway because I had no way to stop the Marichka revive cycling because it would have been Marichka revived by Siphi and then it would just cycle back every single time. But it's just mechanics of the game mode frustrate the hell out of me. I get so frustrated by it because you know, the game should be, you know, fundamentally you look at something like that and go, okay, what's the purpose of the blessing? The blessing's purpose is to execute a target if you get them below 20% HP. Right? That's the purpose of the blessing. So if that's the case, fine, then it should execute. The fact it doesn't execute is annoying as hell. Because it reduces the value of it. Why the hell should I take Soul Reap? It doesn't work against Harima. What a waste of time, right? What a waste of time. Anyway, let's move on. There were some questions in chat about your Ranieri blessing for Sand Devil and why. Could you explain? Yes, what I'm going to do is I'm going to talk about the new fusion. Then we're going to talk about the Sand Devil. I will explain why I'm doing the recommendation for what's it called? The blessing that I've recommended in that section. So we're going to talk about the cow and then we will talk about Sand Devil because there is a concept that I've been working with Big Piranha that I think can work. There will be an XL as well. Survival Instinct, that's the one. We'll talk about why I picked Survival Instinct. Right, so, Great Hoof Loriaka. Great Useless Loriaka is what I'm going to go with. I try to be positive. Now, what I would say is no one should skip this fusion. And I'll explain why after. We'll be a bit dramatic. Why should you not skip this fusion? You shouldn't skip this fusion. Is it a good champion? Probably not. Should you skip it? No. The reason why I'm a bit like, this champion's a bit rough. I actually have been spending the last day or two trying to figure out where in the game you would use this champion. And I really can't find it. I really can't find it. So, what do we got? We got one attacks one enemy 2 times. Each hit has a 40% chance, buck to 50% of stealing a random buff. Okay, pretty good buff removal. Fine. Not bad. Attacks all enemies, has a 75% chance of placing 50% decreased resistance on a 3-turn cooldown, and will fill the champion's turn meter by 10% for each decreased resistance, so it's a 50% turn meter boost at the same time. Pretty good on a 3-turn cooldown. Dance of War places a block debuffs on all allies for 2 turns and fills all allies by 20% on a 3-turn cooldown. Okay. Hoofbeats fills this champion's turn meter by 5% each time an allied buff is removed, transferred, stolen, or expires. So she's going to go really, really fast, right? You're going to get back around to these abilities super fast. You're probably going to be able to maintain decreased resistance permanently on targets because of the nature of her A2, A3, and passive. You know, what you got to think of here is like, this is a 50% turn meter fill against a wave. This is a 20% turn meter fill. This is a 5% every time a buff falls off, which if the buff falls off on Dance of War on 5 allies is what, 5 times 5 is 25%. This is going to happen a lot. Imagine if Madame Cerise, right? We know Nekmothar, for example, has a thing with enemy debuffs. It's really potent in Hydra, right? If the enemy Decay Head cleanses, you get that extra turn. This is going to work in reverse. If you lose, think in Mischief Head. If the Mischief Head steals loads of buffs, you're going to get bursted turn meter. Now, here's the problem. The passive doesn't make sense with the rest of the kit. Because, okay, cool, you've stolen my buffs. Well, hang on, I've just decreased your accuracy, so you can't steal my buffs. Fine. Okay, so maybe removed or expires. Fine. Okay, well, buffs fall out. It gets an extra turn, so I get back around to my ability. But I need accuracy to place decreased resistance. So she still needs to have, like, super high accuracy for a lot of that content where you care about decreased resistance, because the debuff really only applies to areas where you've got plus 400 resistance levels, right? Where you need, like, Iron Twins, Sand Devil, maybe some Doom Tower bosses, Sorath, for example. So you're kind of like, well, I still need a lot of accuracy on her, so that's not really great. Filling the turn meter is nice, but if it's a single target boss, it's pretty useless. And then this A2 doesn't come with a cleanse. So if there's a block buffs out, then I can't place block debuffs, right? It's not like a Pythian who cleanses and does block debuffs. The turn meter fill is nice. 20% on 3-turn cooldown is good. So I'm thinking, okay, where would we use it? Well, Arena, stealing buffs, bad. Placing debuffs, bad. We don't have a cleanse. This is quite good for Arena. This is not bad for Arena, but the rest of the kit doesn't really help you in Arena. So you're cleansing, you're blocking it. Great, whatever. Like, you don't do enough. Something like Sand Devil. Yeah, I guess. But, like, decreased resistance on Sand Devil is not that important. It's a buff, basically. A debuff. Iron Twins, I could see some value, maybe. But even then, you know, you just build a Geomancer to 500. The biggest problem with decreased resistance is you need accuracy to place it. Whereas you don't need accuracy to place increased accuracy. So it's much easier for you just to go, ha, I've got an increased accuracy buff. It works. Right? Because it self-benefits the placing of other debuffs. It's not like Supreme Kale, where Supreme Kale has got an unresistible decreased resistance. That makes it really powerful, because you get increased accuracy, then you get decreased resistance, and you can't be resisted anyway, so it's consistent. So it means all of your team can just run at minus 63% accuracy requirements, because you get double bonuses. This is not the case here. So in terms of, like, the high-end content where you need decreased resistance, well, you don't really have a cleanse, so you can't really, like, get rid of any debuffs that the boss does. I mean, I suppose this is nice for the block debuffs on a 3-turn cooldown. That'll help you in the Iron Twins, but, like, the A1 doesn't make sense for the Iron Twins or Sand Devil. It's pretty useless. It's just a double hit. And the A2 is a 10% fill with decreased resistance. Okay. The passive is nice, which means you're going to get back round to your abilities really quickly. I don't know. Now, the reason why I say everyone should do it is there are not enough decreased resistance champions in the game, right? There's the Resk, which is like a 75%. I think there's a... is it Rathmatab, or is he an increased resistance? Actually, I don't even know. Let's have a look. Let's have actually look who are the increased resistance champions, because there are not that many. So because there are not that many, you don't know if there's going to be content coming up in the future that requires decreased resistance. Right now, there are the new content that comes out leans towards decreased resistance. But do we have content coming up that's almost going to require you to have it? And if that happens, then you go probably the best champion for that job, right? We know there's an accessory Sand Devil coming. We don't know what that boss is going to be. So you're kind of in this situation where you go, okay, is there a better option than Great Hoof Loriaka if I need a decreased resistance? Now, keep in mind, this is a lot of turn meter. She is going to go super fast, because every time a buff falls off, 5% turn meter. Every time I A3, every 3 turns, 20% turn meter. Every time I place more than 5, if I place like 5 decreased resistance, 50% turn meter. She's going to be power cycling turns. Very strong. But in terms of, like, the decreased resistance, I'm just looking at my screen here now, see if I can see how many we've got. So we have basically 3 champions in the game. 4. We have Supreme Kale, by far the best one. If you have Supreme Kale, you probably don't need Supreme Loriaka, right? Supreme Kale is a monster for decreased resistance. He's probably the best decreased resistance you could ever create. Thoresk is a 75% on a very long cooldown. I think it's like a 5-turn cooldown or something, or 4-turn cooldown. So that's really unreliable. Nari the Lucky has a 50% chance, so it's not 100% on a 3-turn. And then we have Deliana, which is a single target, looks like a 100% chance on a 3-turn cooldown. So this will become the best non-void decreased resistance champion in the game. Yeah, I'm not showing the screen because I was just checking quickly. So in terms of like the 4, you basically got Deliana single target on a 3-turn cooldown. You've got Thoresk AoE 4-turn cooldown, not 100%. You've got Nari the Lucky AoE 3-turn cooldown, not 100%. And then you've got Supreme Kale, way stronger than everyone else. So isn't he 50%? Or is he 75%? Let's have a look. Yeah, but you don't want, like, I don't think any high-end content can fall into technicalities. I may have misread Nari. I'm just going to check Nari the Lucky here. Oh, it's 100% chance. Sorry. Okay, so Nari the Lucky is the other really good option. So if you've got Nari the Lucky, you could suggest that it's better, but then affinity is an issue, right? If force is not a good affinity. So again, even if you kind of take it, like, the only reason I would say skip it is if you have Supreme Kale. If you have Supreme Kale, you don't need this champion, because Supreme Kale is going to be by far a better champion. But if you don't, then you just don't know when you're going to need it. I don't really think high-end content can support the context of, well, you place it and then you debuff spread it and you do, like, it's just not going to work. What you want to know is it reliable? Now, okay, again, she could be good enough in a single target boss encounter, right? Because it is a 100% chance of placing decreased resistance for 2 turns, for 2 turns on a 3-turn cooldown. So it's pretty good. But I'll be honest, it's another Force champion. So if we end up in a situation where future content requires a non-Force champion that has decreased resistance, there is no other option apart from Supreme Kale. And that's a Void Legendary. So I would suggest to people, it's not a very good champion, generally, but might become a very good champion potentially in the future. This is unlike Jetney. When I looked at Jetney's kit, I was like, are you ever going to need a Spirit decreased defense champion that does a bit of damage? Well, there's loads of Spirit decreased defense champions. There's loads of Spirit damage champions. And she didn't do anything unique in her kit that I could see future content going, I might need that champion. Whereas in this situation, because there's just not a lot of decreased resistance champions, you just don't know whether it's going to be needed, right? So I would say don't skip. Unless you really want to, right? I would have skipped Jetney to do this one. Jetney is a skippable one. If you were really tired of doing fusions, Jetney's skippable. It's also a fragment collector, so you can skip some things. I'm not going on it on my free-to-play, Grendel. I'm actually quite pleased because I can skip it super hard on my free-to-play. So I know Deliana can do it. If it's a single boss encounter, then Deliana's probably just as good. But again, it's a Force affinity, right? There aren't any other non-void decreased resistance champions that are good enough. So she does have that niche as the best Spirit decreased resistance if you need it. It's the question of, will you need it? So she's one of those fusions that gets tagged under might need in the future content. A bit like, I'm trying to think of a fusion that became really good after the fact. I mean, when Tu Hanarak came out, I actually thought she was a golden Doom Priest. But now look how good Tu Hanarak is because of Hydra, because of other areas, right? There are champions that become really strong because of content. Look at Morrigan. Morrigan comes out, everyone's like, oh, well, it's just a slightly worse Lysandra. Morrigan is actually really strong in some areas, especially like Sand Devil, because you block the healing. Oella's another example where there wasn't a lot of increased resistance champions. Actually, really, really strong healer. Bivald. Oh, he's just a boring provoker with some healing. Now one of the really good Hydra champions. So I would say don't skip this fusion. I don't think this fusion is necessarily that crazy, if I'm being honest. I don't think it's a nutty fusion. But I think, like, I don't really think any team that I've got that I would go, great option for that boss. You don't need it for Dragon. Spider, you don't need it for. Fire Knight doesn't hit hard enough, doesn't hit him enough times. No turn meter control, no freeze. Ice Golem, like, why? None of this benefits me. None of it is really useful. Hydra, okay, maybe, but you always run the risk of decreased resistance not working or something like that. Hydra, I think, is probably the most advantageous position. You're never going to be able to speed tune this guy in Clan Boss, and why would you? This ability, Dance of War, is nice for Clan Boss, so I would imagine we're going to get requests for it in the calculator, but this passive is going to be a nightmare to speed tune all the time, because if you're using lasting gifts for champions that don't require a speed tune, like for increased attack, then it's going to be inconsistent. If you're doing buff extension, like, it's going to be really hard to track it all. It could be done, but it requires very safe control. But you're not really going to, like, this would be if I don't have a better option, then I would go for this. But even then, like, the problem is generally you don't want to fill the turn meter at the start of a turn, and to be able to make block debuffs work, you're going to need it near the start of the turn. It was the problem with Pythian, right? Pythian, you want to cleanse, but you also want the block debuffs for the decreased speed. So you kind of had this weird situation of, well, I either have to use them as a block debuffs or I have to use them as a cleanse. I can't use them as both because of where they sit in the team order. So yeah, it's a fragment collector, so I would go for it. I would do it. It's in a faction that somewhat has weaker champions, but they've added a lot of different things, like a guaranteed Ragash and a bunch of other things recently. But it's not like the Skinwalkers is swimming with really, really good champions available that you might have access to. So maybe it helps your faction wars. Get it, log in your 30,000 points, just build it up. That's what I would do. That's my verdict. Let's do a poll. There you go. Let me know what you think, guys. Right, we need to do some tag team arena quickly. Get these silly things on the go. Anything particular in tag team? Oof. Fight in tag team arena with a team from a single affinity. Okay, what do we got then? Hugo wins Torment. It's probably gonna be quite awkward, this. Oh, I'm sure that'll be fine. Pulled Knock the Paralyzer today. Any game uses? I think he has some uses in Sand Devil. I haven't got him, so I've not really had much time to play with him. All right. Okay. Coolio. That was fun. I'm gonna get super cleansed by this Kaimar. You watch. Here we go. Can't do anything when everyone gets stunned. Can you, like, just let me play the game? Thank you. Oh, for God's sake. Yeah, I mean, it's free faction, guys. So I will get it because it's like 30,000, but I do struggle to find significant usage for the champion. Slowly but surely I will win this fight. Might take me a while, but I will win this fight. Let's just take out Necrat. See you later, Trev. Thanks for hanging out. Kaimar is Sunday, isn't it, SGT? Don't mistake it. I'm pretty sure Kaimar is Sunday. I'm almost certain Kaimar Sunday. Unless I'm wrong. Yeah, Dreng was... I don't know if he was, like, super underrated. I think probably people didn't realize how strong he would be. I think a lot of us probably thought he was decent. I thought he was a bit average. But actually, as more and more places have come up, like having an unresistible burn with an unresistible activation kind of thing is really valuable. Until they obviously nerfed Brimstone, and then it kind of made it really annoying. Oh, is it Saturday? Okay, well, there's a good thing, because I nearly messed that up. Exactly, Acrobat. Like, I've got my Jetney in the vault in case I ever need 30,000 points or 500 CVC points. Eventually, I'll pull it. Really? Can I just take a turn? It's over. Boom. When will the fusion drop? I think it drops June the 8th. We kind of need to find a team that we can one-shot in the same affinity. Speed versus speed, which is probably going to have to be this one. But I don't have Void. Blech. Let's probably lock abilities. Not going to matter because he's got stupid Rotus. Actually can't do anything until they get rid of his stone skin anyway. Well, I probably lost this one. There's a chance. If I can stun. Yep. Drop. Rotus. Rotus, stop. Rotus, stop. Right. It's basically all in this double hit. What? How did he not die? Oh, how did he fully heal? How did he fully heal? How did he... Oh, because of Vogoth. Vogoth. I was like, how did he fully heal? I'm like, oh, of course, because of Vogoth healing. So annoying. I nearly had him. Nearly had him. Night, Juggernaut. Yeah, Supreme Kale will be obviously the best decrease resistance champion out there. Like, just because he doesn't need accuracy to place it. It's kind of like the chicken and the egg kind of thing, right? In order for you to place decreased resistance, you need accuracy, but the idea of decreases resistance is to reduce your accuracy. So how does that work? Oh. We're going to get bombed. We're going to get lots of bombs. But we survived. Okay, I need to find one where I can basically just hit it with all void. I think it's going to be this one, this here. Probably do that. I put the wrong team up against the top one, though. I think I should have swapped the teams around. Yeah, exactly. That's why Kale is going to be really good. He doesn't need accuracy, whereas this chick does. You are going to one-shot me, probably. Not that I can do much about it. I put the wrong team up. I should have put Cupidus up against this team. It's my bad. Oh, what is this? Knock them all out. Oh, we got two. Oh well, we got the advanced quest done. Yeah, I often use my Cupidus against Morto. I eventually kill him. Now, can I actually do this, or is this just going to be a nightmare? Just skip. I lose 30 points, I don't really care. I need to get that done. I'd like to promote back into Gold 3, but I'm not playing enough of this to know. Right, let's put in Lysandra back in here. I feel like I need to Uko that. Let's try that. To me, decreased resistance is meant to be a catch-up mechanic. Mid-game players can start to explore more difficult content without having to build every champion. Yeah, I honestly, yeah, I suppose it could be. So it's a weird one. As I said, the problem is you need. Oh, I stole the stone skin. Rip. I stole the stone skin. Uko strikes again. Oh. Right, Uko's down. Let's try and drop some turn meter. It's kind of rough. We can do that. I think we're alright. It's a bit sketchy, but I think we're okay. Stops the block buffs at least. That turn meter boost is nasty, isn't it? Lock active skills. And then take those two out. How do you not get provoked? I don't really know how that mechanic works. I'll be honest, I'm not sure what the mechanic is. I don't have Harima seat, so I don't get to play with it. Yes, that's what I needed. So now we can just one-shot. Should provoke set land even if the block debuffs is on? No. You don't get provoked by artifact sets through block debuffs. Or stunned, right? It's going to be a high resist one, is it? Okay. We get to endure this nonsense for the next 5 minutes. Might as well just protect this. It's not going to do anything. We're just going to have to wait for... Can't do anything, so might as well just get the increased attack up. Oh, Ultimate Death Knight. Oh, how you make this game so much fun. Yeah, exactly. I mean, the only reason why I suggest you get the fusion is because of the risk that maybe there's future content in the future that requires you to have a non-force decreased resistance, right? Whenever I look at fusions, I'm looking at future prospects in terms of, does it have something in its kit that might be universally useful? And I would suggest that the fusion is, because it's the only one and there's so few decreased resistance, that it falls under that category, right? So therefore, it's not really skippable. Is it like the best champion? No. Will you use it straight away? No. But you never know if there's going to be future content that you will need it. That's what I'm saying. Now Auto is my friend. I know, why is you I don't understand the Ultimate Death Knight. Top chest Brutal Hydra. Is it 30.6 million Heliaxi? I think it's 30.6 million or 29.4, something like that. Just go to 31 million. It's 100% more than that. Less than that. I'm pretty sure Nightmare is 36.6. There might be future content in the future. You got it. You know it. I can't speak English. Exactly, Ford. You don't know what they're going to bring, right? Eventually, this is such a waste of my time. Right, one more. One more to fight. Bum, bum, bum. Just do that, I guess. I mean, it's kind of rough with that. Just match up that with that. Sounds good. Can I speak Welsh? Yeah. I went to primary and secondary Welsh school. I don't speak an awful lot of it these days, so it takes me a couple of days to get back into the flow of it. But once I've been around people who speak Welsh for a while, then yeah. Bye-bye. Baron is so broken if you get him going. It's just a shame in lots of library and you can't use him. Oh, this is an auto fight if I've ever seen one in my life. I don't even know if I... Come on, cleanse some of these. There you go, it's good. Come on. We've got to somehow do some damage to this. This Elva. I have no idea how I'm going to kill this Elva. Yeah, Kaimar Saturday. Sorry, I made a mistake. I thought it was Sunday. Kaimar is Saturday. Never listen to me for scheduling. I got to somehow kill this Elva. I can't see me doing it. I haven't even dented. Look, I haven't even touched her yet. Which one is better for PvE progression? Which one of what? Can we get the veil off her? No. I mean, we'll eventually kill her, but it's just going to take a while. It's negative affinity as well. Is the reason the optimizer love crit damage amulets with accuracy substats and accuracy banners with speed? For rare ones with one roll and it calls them godlike. Generally because crit damage with accuracy. So amulets do need a bit of a revisit. I think I had I actually need to revisit a bunch of the ratings now because we've had so many new artifact sets recently. We probably need to look at the weightings and see which ones are better. But normally it's you want like accuracy with speed banners, and you normally want accuracy like substats. But actually there is a value in having crit damage with primary stat, which should be accounted for. So it probably needs a bit of an update just to bring it up to 2023. Yay. Yay. Everyone's getting stunned. Oh my god. Oh my god. This is looking sketchy. Let's take out Ultimate Death Knight. He's bound to have his A2 back. I actually don't think I can beat this Candy because of that Swift parry. Oh, what the hell? No, I gave him buffs. Candy beat me. So you're pulling shot on Saturday? I think I might. I might, honestly. I'm tempted. When is there ever going to be a better opportunity to get him? I don't know. Why am I doing 3v3 for my quests, Lucas? I needed to do 5 for my advanced quests. Well, D4 is in an hour and a half, actually. If we're being specific, but yeah, I'll be streaming all day. Yeah, tomorrow, guys, I will be streaming probably from like 11 a.m. my time, so probably in about 12 hours or so, 15 hours, and we're going to be doing a long stream. I'm talking 10 plus hours, no doubt. I'll be playing Diablo 4 probably non-stop all day tomorrow. It's going to be fun. I'm really looking forward to it. I realized I haven't actually properly played another game other than Raid or a bit of League from time to time in about a year. I'm looking forward to playing a proper, like, really going hard on a game for once. It's been such a while. Do you think that it's funny that Pyramid fixed Arthur's Basket and its visual bug? Not really, Tommy, because if you think how long it took them to fix Ultimate Death Knight, how many times did they try to revisit Ultimate Death Knight's visuals? It took them like 3 patch windows to get it dead right. It must be something complicated in the code that causes it, that it's not an easy fix. Whereas the passive was literally change a multiplier string value. So easy to fix. It would have taken them all of like 10 minutes. So, yeah, I'll be online. Will we be able to connect you? Will you be able to connect you in D4? We'll probably set up a clan of some sort. I'd imagine. I haven't really figured it out. I don't even know what the clans do. Yeah, I haven't played that game since. Problem is, like, if it's not got a PC client, it's very difficult. I don't really have in essence, I don't play the game mobile. I don't really play Raid as a mobile game. You know, I play it as a PC game, so I'm not that, like, so far from what I've seen from Dragonair, it looks like a bit of a knockoff ARPG with a worse hero collector. It looks like it takes the worst elements of Raid and it takes the worst elements of an ARPG and doesn't do it good enough. That could be me looking at the game through a lens. I'll wait to see what, like, Scratch's opinion is as he's played more. But with Diablo 4 coming out, and I also want to get back into playing some Lotro and actually trying to diversify my thing away from just being constantly playing and constantly working, I don't think I have time for Dragonair. So it just looks like a knockoff version of an ARPG, and it doesn't seem to have a lot of depth. There's only like, what, 60 heroes? But again, it could be me just looking at through it at a lens and I'm being unfair. It's a very high possibility I'm just being unfair. Yeah, exactly right. Raid is probably the best hero collector on the market, and Diablo 4 will be... It might not be the best ARPG, because a lot of people would argue Path of Exile might be the best ARPG game, but it will be like predominantly the most popular ARPG game for about a couple of months, especially when Season 1 starts in July. So Dragonair just feels like a bit of a knockoff of all of it. I saw the visuals, Grat, and I stayed away from it. You know my opinion when it comes to ripping off Lord of the Rings and doing a bad job. I do not enjoy it. It's bad enough that Amazon came out and basically said, I don't know if you saw this, but have you guys seen that they're doing a new Lord of the Rings MMO? Let me find the thing here. Look at this. This is how out of touch some people are with the game, right? So Amazon so a bit of backstory. Essentially, the people who owned a lot of the Third Age content for Middle-earth, so the Lord of the Rings, the Hobbit, and a couple of other different extras, they're called Middle-earth Enterprises, right? That's the company. It was bought under Soul Zents back a while ago and they rebranded. That got sold to a company called Endemic, not Endemic, something like Endemic, or what's it called? It's a Nordic country. Middle-earth Enterprises. It got bought. Embracer. So Embracer bought Middle-earth Enterprises, known as Tolkien Enterprises, and it was formerly owned by Soul Zents. So it basically means that they were able to market it. They bought the rights to it, so now they can market it. So that's why you're seeing games like Gollum. That's why you're seeing like Dwarves come out. That's why you're seeing talks of a new TV show and lots of different things, and new film things, because Embracer basically bought the rights for the games. Now, Lord of the Rings Online is a 15-year-old MMO. It's one of the most popular, like one of the most successful MMOs of all time when you think of how long it's been going. It's not a huge MMO. It's not like it's got thousands and thousands of players, but it's got a pretty big player base still. And it is a very big world. If you start playing Lord of the Rings Online now for the first time, it will take you about a year to finish the storyline. even we're playing a couple of hours every day. It's a huge game. Anyway, Lord of the Rings Online is literally as close to the books as you're ever going to get as an adaptation. It is so close to the books. It is so close to the books. So anyway, I've already kept the third one, Mullet Reaver. I kept one from the last time I did it, when I did the painful Get the Whirling that I'm trying to forget about. So anyway, they basically came out recently and said, Amazon, the team behind New World, is going to be building a new Lord of the Rings MMO. So obviously everyone was like, well, what's happening to Lord of the Rings Online? It's like, you know, what are you going to kill it? Will the two, so you can see here, will the two struggle to coexist? And the Amazon Games vice president has said no. In the conversation, Hartman said he had a lot of respect for Standing Stone Games and how long it has kept the MMO running for. This is despite Standing Stone Games having to buy the company from Turbine, because Turbine basically decided they didn't want to do it. So the actual devs of the game created a new company, bought Lord of the Rings Online and all of its problems, and continued to develop it and trying to deal with all the aging architecture, the bad coding and different things, the database structures. You know, they've done a pretty good job of being able to keep it healthy, keep the population enjoying it, keep it bringing new content. So they have not a huge, but a very dedicated fan base. Well, naturally, it's Lord of the Rings. He then went on to say Amazon Games will be worlds apart from Lord of the Rings Online in terms of technology available now. Well, naturally, one's a 15-year-old game, the other one will be built off new architecture. Why would you not build it on the newest technology? It's a little exaggeration if I say it's going to be like black and white movie to color, but that's the approach. It's just a completely different world. Even the most likely scenario is for people just to move over because the other one is an old game. It's not a bad game, but the industry moves on at some point. It's a long time from theirs to run to ours. Like, what he's basically saying is we're going to make a new game, and because it looks better, everyone's just going to go play the new game. Why would they stop playing Lord of the Rings Online? Because our game is just going to have better technology. So it's going to be successful because everyone's just going to move over. What planet is that on? Why the hell would I, like, come on now. Firstly, we all know with Raid, why don't we ever quit Raid? It's because we've already invested thousands of hours and money and time and effort and energy into building our accounts. So the cost sunk fallacy is in place. Same thing as World of Warcraft. How many WoW killers have come out and not done well and people didn't just move over because it looks better? Why? Because people have memories, they have friendships, they have experiences, they have sort of that the time investment, the connection with their characters. It's, you don't just move over unless the reason why you want to move over is because the other one is dead. If all of a sudden Standing Stone Games came out and closed the game, then people will move over. If they stop developing content, then people will eventually stop playing because there's no new adventures to be had. So long as Standing Stone Games keep developing new content packs and new features, they've just released another major update now, adding new regions, why would they just move over? What a joke of a statement that is. Especially to a fan base that is die-hard about the lore, who respect Standing Stone Games because you have developers in that company that are die-hard Tolkien fans who have developed that game to be exactly as close to the lore as they possibly can get it. You're never going to be perfect, but they are following the books, they followed the lore, they followed all of the different writings, they haven't deviated from it. So Standing Stone Games actually had to come out and go, like you, we and our partners at Middle-earth Enterprises are huge fans of Lotro. It's beloved, it is 16 years, it is evergreen. Lotro is long-lived Ents, Elves and Dwarves, and we're mere mortals to the stewards of Lotro. Standing Stones has every intention of growing and supporting this community. The road goes ever on. But, like, literally to go on a web call and go, oh, well, our game will be successful because it looks shiny and everyone's going to move over. No, mate. Your game won't be successful because if it's anything like New World, it's not going to have any soul to it. It's going to be buggy. It's going to be hackable. The concept of how it's meant to work isn't going to work. You're going to have Q World for the first time you play it. New World, in essence, is a pretty cool concept, but it lacked any depth. It didn't have any dungeons. It didn't have any end game. It didn't have it, like... Do you know, like, you can't just compete with a 16-year-old MMO that has got thousands of hours of content that is specific to the reason why people like Tolkien, because of the story, just because it looks shiny. Honestly. And they wonder why New World had such a bad, like, first launch experience. It's like, well... Oh, look, I forgot I had that clan quest. Oh, I forgot to accept another clan quest. Am I dumb? Win a race shield from a campaign battle. Oh, that sounds awful. We'll try it though. There's a reason why those games like New World and that failed to be successful, because they didn't grasp what players wanted. They listened to too many different angles, and they tried to make a game that was meant to be a dedicated PvP Dark Souls type combat thing, and then they added PvE with no time. And then when you came out, you had no more of that cool PvP combat, and all the PvE content was pretty lame and was defeated pretty quickly. So yes, that is the problem with it. Exactly, Tommy. They basically 360'd midway through development, but didn't 360 hard enough, or 180 basically, with enough content that was of a high enough quality. But to be fair to New World, they've stuck with it, they've continued to develop on it, and it's a pretty good product now. The problem is, though, you've just got the reputation of the fact that people could hack the game, the fact that there was bugs all over it, the fact that you had lag wars, the fact that none of the PvP was engaging, the fact that all these things happened and people are just like, well, it's cool, I played it, I got my fix, I'm not going to go back to it now. So I do think there's a world where you can have 2 Lord of the Rings Online MMOs, that's absolutely fine. But to assume that you're just going to all of a sudden be the dominant one just because it's like new, it's not going to happen. Like, I have got thousands upon thousands upon thousands of hours in Lord of the Rings Online. I have connections with people in that game that I probably could still get if I went back and played it. I have played that game. I've got connections with my characters. I remember good memories. I'm not just going to go and play a new MMO because it looks better, because I'm going to, like, I've got an experience and stuck with that experience. Right, we've done all our dailies. We've done that. That's cool. It's cool. Cool. Right, we do need to do these Forge Pass stupid weekly challenges. Like, I've been trying to get this done. Win without losing a champion. Okay, we just need to do more light, more classic. Kill more champions here. I did try Lost Ark for a bit. Didn't play a lot of it, though. Exactly. That's the thing. Like, sure, they'll have a big hype and lots of people will play it. I mean, look at Lost Ark stats now. It's not really doing very well anymore, is it? Oh my god, this guy's a bit... Alright. Okay, we're going to be playing this game, are we? Yeah, I haven't used any points yet for all the different events. Hey Citizen Z, welcome. How are you doing? I mean, what you got to think is Lost Ark is 2 games, right? You have the Amazon Lost Ark and you have the Asian Lost Ark. They are different games, even though they're the same game in terms of population. The one in America is not, the Amazon one is not doing too good anymore, right? You can see it like in terms of stream charts for the games. Right, we can go here, we can have a look at Lost Ark, right? You know, it's struggling. It's falling. It did pretty well to hold a good player base for a time being. It peaked a bit back in December, but now it's falling apart. You're down to 51,000. So, it's not as tragic as New World, I'll be honest. But New World, I think, has found a niche as kind of like a very indie-style MMO game. Like, it's holding a reasonable player base. Had a bit of a spike when I think they did the fresh start servers. But it's hold about 14,000. So they have got a bit of a core player base. You can see Lord of the Rings Online on here, I think. But it's not a true picture. Because obviously Lord of the Rings Online is deliverable through Steam, but not exclusively. Like you can see, Lord of the Rings player base is small, but this is only the Steam population. But look how long they've sustained this player base. Look how long this player base is sustained. And it's in essence, look how low it dipped here, right? It dipped to like 600, 500, 600. And then look how they've recovered it back up to 1,000. Yeah? Now, this is only the Steam stats. It doesn't show their overall stats. They actually have a lot more because obviously people play through, not through Steam. But it just kind of shows you that that level of longevity is still there. WoW has gone through so many traumas and so many dramas, even with Blizzard having so many dramas, and it's still the #1 MMO in the market. Why? Sunk cost fallacy, attachment to the game. You can't just make an MMO and expect people to just move over because it's got 21st century technology. It's not how the world works. It's just not how it works. So yeah, Lost Ark was pretty good. It's not that Lost Ark was bad, and even the thing is, even Lost Ark was not an Amazon game. They just distributed it for America and the West, basically. It was actually an Asian game. It's still doing probably quite well in Asia. It's just not doing anywhere near as good as it should be doing now in the West. So yeah, I have a lifetime license as well, Track Media. That's why I want to get back to it, because there's new regions, right? And they're going to Umbar soon. I think in the next update, they're going to Umbar. So I'm really excited about that. But I've got a lifetime license with Amazon, with Lord of the Rings Online, so I can just go back and play it forever. I buy the expansions because I support the development team. I'm not against that. But you might be wondering why I'm doing Classic Arena, because I got the stupid Forge Pass weekly where I have to beat the arena 40 times without losing people. Quick question, I have both Trumbor and Vasulf level 60. Trumbor fully booked, Vasulf none. Who's better for Clan Boss for Leech and Ally Protect? Vasulf will give you increased defense to all of your team, so he is better Ally Protector for that job. If you can book him, right? If you need him, he will give you that increased defense with the Ally Protect, which is actually a really powerful combo. When does the free premium optimizer close? Probably sometime tomorrow. We might extend it. I don't know. I haven't spoken to Hellhades yet about when he wants to close it down. We're not as like brutal as Plarium, right? We might leave it a day or two, but then he might decide just to end it tomorrow. Haven't quite decided. We haven't talked about it. To be honest, we weren't even expecting the whole event. Oh, damn it! I need to be doing this without losing people. Let's just do that. Be careful here. Okay, now I need to revive. Kill. Nice. Oh, that's enough of that for now. How many more do I have to do? 10 more. And I have to win campaign battles. Ugh. I have to sell accessories. I'm still doing this one as well. So what I was going to say at the start of the stream was I'm technically like quadruple dipping, because I'm getting Dungeon Diver points for this at the same time as I'm getting Champion Training points for this. At the same time, I'm doing the Forge Pass to do selling boots in Nightmare campaign. At the same time, I'm also trying to do the campaign with the same faction. At the same time, I'm also doing the monthly campaign battles. So I'm like quadruple / penta, whatever it's called. Triple, quadra, penta dipping to try and get things done at the same time. The only problem is I just don't have an awful lot of... Oops, I should not have done hard there. I don't have an awful lot of the same faction with Fortis. So... I haven't yet, Kevin. I might, though. I need to ask the banker. Nightmare. Quintuple, thank you. I know I can say it. Double, triple. Double, triple reads better, doesn't it? Who's better for Arena, Kimmy, Alessandra? Kimmy will be more dominant in Arena because she gets her passive and also has that block buffs, which is quite strong. So Kimmy tends to be really nightmarish to deal with. Playing around with Artak Magna combo, it's really something. Makes Magna more useful as well. Yeah, I think so. We did in the last free-to-play stream use Magna for a bit of HP burn extension. The biggest problem you've got with Artak is, can you keep the burns going? The better you can, you know, it works really nicely. I suppose you do have an A1 decreased defense as well with Magna, so he's not just an extend bot either. How far did this go? It's probably fine. We won't do another one. So yeah, so I technically need night revs here, and as you can see, I don't have any night rev food. I do have these 3 here. I can make these 3 as night rev food next. Yeah, it's really good. We're going to be talking about Sand Devil in a minute, but I'm going to get a drink quickly because my voice is going a little bit. So I'm just going to grab a drink, and then we will talk about Sand Devil and why Survival Instinct is really good for Artak. And if Big Piranha, also Crouching Grandpa if you're in Discord, is still here, we will be looking at whether or not we can make a Neri work in a very cool way. I hate using my multi-battles for campaign. I must be honest. I don't want to use it there. This is the situation where I'd use RSL Help at the moment, just for food farming. Did you try Drexel with Artak? I haven't. I feel like the extension would be more valuable, right? Right, I'll be right back. I'm just going to grab a drink. Unmute. I've got myself some pink lemon record leg that I found in the fridge. Basically, pear cider with lemons and raspberries made from pure Swedish spring water. Interesting. Oh, well, that's exotic. We are a nightmare here, aren't we? Yeah. So, here's what's going to happen for the last hour. We're going to be doing a little bit of champion training here. And we are going to be talking... Does it have alcohol? It does, but like, we're talking 4% grat. So it's basically like adult fruit shoot. That's the way I look at it. It's like adult fruit shoot. The problem is it has so much sugar in it, I can't have too many of them. If I ever go on a night out somewhere, I can have like 4 before you just start ending up like a giant balloon. Would a 5-star Knight Errant or Knight Errant or Cillian be worthwhile? The problem with Knight Errant is he hits really hard, Daniel. The problem is his cooldowns just destroy him. I actually built him in Arena, in Clan Boss team once, but he just takes too long to get back around to his big hits. He is a candidate for a buff, Knight Errant. If they just take 1 or 2 off his cooldowns, he'd be a really great champ. So, Killian is pretty good. Killian can be useful, especially now that he's got more than just single targets. I forgot he's got an AoE now. Haven't seen many people mention the Dragon Tournament because of weird timing. Probably the 20 soul is pretty damn nice. Yeah, I don't know. Like, do I really want to go out of my way to basically get 20 essence from 1800 from a Dragon Tournament when there's a ×3 Savage on? Probably not. Sure, I could do it today. It was weird. I don't know why they've started everything at daylight. Like tomorrow, there's a Fire Knight tournament. Why didn't I have a 1-day Fire Knight and a 1-day Dragon if you're going to do these ×3 summons? It's very strange. I don't like beer, no. I'm a sweet tooth kind of guy. I don't like anything that's like dry or bland. I'm not a massive fan of gin. I don't mind slow gin, but I'm not a massive fan of dry gin. I'm a sweet tooth kind of person. Desserts, muffins, those kind of things, I'm all over. Crackers, not so much. And it's the same when it comes to drinks. Yeah, I know. It's only 1 day. But you see what I mean? Like, it was weird that they put them all the different times. Yeah, I don't really know. I feel like they wanted to do a push for some sort of like anniversary, but it was a bit misaligned. So I'd imagine all their focus went on Call of the Arbiter, so this was just a bonus thing on top. Okay, let's do this. I'm also clearing out my artifact, my champion storage, so there's another form of dipping. I'm getting rid of stuff I don't want from when I pulled all my ancient shards. So, Sand Devil. It was the best episode so far. I actually quite enjoyed this one. I just wish it was longer. So, who should I 60 for Doom Tower bosses and general content? Artak booked or Sil unbooked? Artak. Artak's better than Sil. Question: does blessings reduce the damage a champion takes in Sand Devil? No. Only hard mode dungeons, not Sand Devil. Talking about Call of the Arbiter, am I the only person that was very disappointed by the 3rd episode again? The first part was the part. The first was quite bad. The second was incredible. And the third felt really meh again. It depends on what you expect to get out of it. I think they're achieving their goals with what they wanted to do, which is the majority of people want to see more. It's showing that they have potential storylines and a world which would be interesting to explore further. And they're creating storylines and lore for other characters that we have liked for a very long time. So I think they're hitting what they want to achieve with it. Does it actually satisfy us in terms of what we'd expect out of it? We're probably underwhelmed because we want more, right? So it's not that it's bad. It's just because there's not enough of it, we don't think it's got enough going for it, right? Whereas Arcane was fully fledged 60-minute episodes, 9-episode arc, 3 different parts, very fleshed out, right? There's a much bigger project, much larger scale to it. So I think if this was like a 15-minute episode, it would be hitting the mark with people like better, I think. That's the issue. There's just not enough time to tell a story, and it's very difficult to make a story work in a 5-minute video with very limited budget and hit your goals. So hey, Saf, do you know of any Artak tune for Sand Devil 24 with a Neri? Yeah, basically the same thing as Neri, Razvan. You swap the ninja out for a Neri, it works the same way. So, Sand Devil. Why am I using Survival Instinct? Well, the reason why is the the fail condition for a Godseeker, Aneri, and Ninja team is when Aneri can't heal enough and Ninja dies, or Aneri dies, right? And what normally happens is you need to go super fast, right? You need to go something like 271 speed if you're not using food. I'm at 286 here, but you need to go at least 271. Otherwise, you cannot go before the boss. And you need to go before the boss because you need to be running at a 1-1 ratio. Now, what happens is the boss will put decreased speed on you, which means at one point, you don't get to go 1-1. The boss basically takes 2 turns instead of 1 against you. Normally you're going 1-1, 1-1. The decreased speed goes on. Now the boss goes twice in one window, which means that you don't get an extra regen proc, which means that your Aneri build has to be a lot tankier because essentially you don't get a free 15% heal. Now what Survival Instinct does is it gives you a boost of turn meter when you get a debuff to help mitigate the loss of speed. Because you can consider turn meter boost exactly the same thing as speed buff, right? When I have 30% speed buff, I have technically 30% fill. What it's doing is a turn meter fill is, here you go, have instantly 30% fill. What speed buff is doing is taking that fill and spreading it over the duration of your ticks, essentially, in a very top level explanation. So this is trying to mitigate the loss. So what happens is if you can get Aneri to a significant situation for speed, then when she gets a debuff, the turn meter kicks in and you still get that extra turn. If you get that 1 extra regen turn, you don't need half as much of the defensive stats as you normally would. We're talking you can save yourself 75,000 EHP. You know, maybe like 20% of the defensiveness doesn't need to be there. Why? Because you're healing 1 extra turn. You're getting that extra turn in. It also means you normally end up getting this happening every time the boss is asleep, which means you're getting that restoration. Yeah, you're getting that restoration of max HP because when the boss is asleep, you restore destroyed max HP when you heal. That's why I recommend Survival Instinct, because you can get it up to that extra 1, right? You can get your speed up so that you go 1-1 all the way. Let me show you this in an example. Okay, I've been working on this. It's not quite ready yet because I need to do some magic with some mastery running. No, this was Senti. Senti came up with this idea back when Sand Devil first came out, when we were looking at the EHP numbers for Neri to stay alive. He basically realized the reason why she was dying a lot was because she was getting decreased speed and lost the turn, right? So this is an example. The concept with this team is we can run a Neri Ninja on 25, not 24, 25, at a 6-turn cooldown, and make it 100%. So Crouching Grandpa, one of our mods in Discord, Big Piranha in chat, basically presented a team to me, we talk about it in Elite chat, where she was using Ninja and Aneri with food in 25, and Ninja would die very quickly. Doesn't really matter, because really once Ninja does his A2 after he gets revived, he's useless. He's a bot. You don't need him. So you let Ninja die to speed the run up, and was using a 5-turn cooldown, Aneri, to revive Ninja, right? But there was a fail rate. 2 scenarios. If Ninja didn't die, and if the decreased speed debuff went on. Because the decreased speed debuff would affect the way you could take turns, which meant that if you didn't get the decreased speed debuff because you 3%ed, she would basically take the extra turn, which meant that revive would be back up. She'd revive the ninja in the wrong place, and then it would fail. It's a very small fail rate. It's a 3% fail rate, but it's a fail rate nonetheless. I was like, well, I think there's a way that you can do it where it's 100%, and this is what we're going to be doing here when I build it. Artak is basically like Drang in Sand Devil. He can do it, but he's going to be slow. There's nothing you can do to speed up Artak. He's going to be slow. In the Great Hall area bonus area, what is 0 out of 80 and what happens when it's 80 out of 80? Knowing player when you lose a bonus in that area. What is area? I'm not sure what your question is there. If you get to 80 out of 80, you just get 80 stats. I don't know what the question is. Yeah, so it's whether or not we can keep it alive. Now, what I've got is a second Aneri. So this is my main Aneri, right? This Aneri here never fails on 24. But on 25, the boss hits harder, he goes faster. You need to actually build it with a bit more tankiness. So I've got a Godseeker Aneri here. Needs to be rebuilt. It's not in the right build at the moment. That has got a 6-turn cooldown. Not a 5-turn, 6-turn. Why? Because we want Aneri to go every single time here. Now, the key thing is this turn meter boost. When she gets debuffed, so at this speed it doesn't matter, but if I got another one here, ninja boost. I don't know if I've got my original 286. I think that's the one here. So at 286 here, you can see I got a speed debuff for Aneri. Don't know if this shows on here. Yeah. Let me see if I can zoom. I can never zoom on... zoom to like 150, right? Maybe that's better. We can see what's going on here. So Aneri gets a speed debuff at this point here. What happens is Aneri will basically go 0.07. She gets a debuff. So you can see she can jump a turn. It changes the tick rate. So the idea with the survival instinct is you can run her slower, but be able to avoid this situation where if she didn't have survival instinct at a slower speed, I've got it built so it doesn't really matter, it would actually be 286 speed. It would actually be a lot less, right? So for example, if I went to 285, oops. See if I can find it. Can't see when it's this zoom. Hang on, I need to zoom it out. Drag that down. She dies at this point. A1, A3. So I'm just trying to reproduce the points in which this all works. 1 second. I'm pretty sure it's like that. Sleep. 1 sec. I just got to reconfigure this. A2. Should be A2, sleep, A1, A1, A2, A1, A1, A1. At this point, we get the speed debuff for Ninja and that. Up. Ninja's just going to do what A... Doesn't really matter what Ninja does. Does A2, A3, A2, A1. Delete. Ninja doesn't get a boost here. Technically, Ninja would get a boost there of 0.1, I guess. Because he gets boost when he does his A1 decreased defense, right? And then Sand Devil here would go A1 again. So you can see what happens, right? This is the issue with the debuff. Okay? This is why we use Survival Instinct. If you notice, when we get the debuff from the Sand Devil, he goes twice before Aneri takes another turn. So if Aneri gets crit and then gets attacked again, there's a high probability she could die. So by having the boost here, like if you had 0.1, see what happens with Survival Instinct? Survival Instinct, if it was at 5-star Awakened, for example, at this speed, would mean she would get an extra turn. So because she heals here, then she can recover some of her lost HP, and that makes the effective HP requirements to keep your Aneri alive significantly less. In this setup, it doesn't matter because Ninja is always alive. As long as Ninja doesn't die, it's okay. The key thing is keeping your Aneri alive. This is for Sand Devil 24 specifically. Now, if we didn't have that boost, she doesn't take a turn. Now, there are some ways to mitigate this, because I found that the best breakpoint is 286. So if I put 286 speed here, you can see that Aneri takes one less tick. So now instead of that, we can basically run it backwards a little bit. So Aneri's going to die here instead. So we put it up to here. Aneri's going to revive here. Everything comes up one, because essentially Aneri doesn't require it. So this doesn't happen here, it happens here instead. And you can see Ninja A2, A1, and then we get Aneri's A2 here. The boss is still asleep. At this point, Ninja's going to do his A3. Aneri does A1. Sand Devil wakes up here, does his A2. Ninja does his A2 again. Aneri does A1. Then the Sand Devil here is going to do A1, right? So at this point, Sand Devil does A1. We haven't used an A1 on Ninja yet. A1 on Ninja is probably there. Gets the boost there. But the key thing is, if the Sand Devil does it here, then the speed debuffs go on here and here. Push that back down to A1. 0.1. And what we're doing is just moving it around, right? So Ninja does his A1. Aneri is going to do her A1 here. But she is going... So at 286, Survival Instinct doesn't matter. 286 speed at Sand Devil 24 is a speed breakpoint with this setup, where we will basically get no issues with that extra turn, even though we've got the debuff, right? We can see we can put it down here. We can keep extending it, because technically it should stay on until he kills us, which is at this point here. Right, because the Sand Devil is going to go A1, A1 again. Technically, we would get 2 boosts at the moment, so this is how my Aneri is working. So you can see I get that extra boost. Doesn't matter though, because Ninja is boosting his way forward. Now, if Ninja didn't do the boost, we'd have a problem. But he's strong affinity. So Ninja having a boost here is important. This boost here that gives himself 15%, I should say, not 10%, right? Because it's 15% against bosses. If he was weak affinity, that would be a problem. But he's not weak affinity, so it's okay. Oops, wrong one. So Ninja does 15% there. He does 0.15 there. All right, because he's doing A1, A1. Because he should go A2, A3, A2, A1, A1. So wait, it should work. And then Aneri is going to go here. So as long as Ninja's in the team, you should be okay. Yeah, I will. Don't worry. No. I'm just explaining why I picked Survival Instinct for 24. Because of this scenario. I happen to fall upon a breakpoint, which is 286 speed. You know, at this point, A3, everyone dies, right? So at this point, we reset everyone. And then that goes to 1, right? So, like that. So that's a rotation, right? All we care about is the 1 cycle. So if we didn't have the boost from Ninja at this speed, at 286 speed, then we would be in trouble. Because we wouldn't have this necessarily the same thing. Now the good news is, at 286 speed, you don't need to worry about Survival Instinct. But if you didn't have Survival Instinct, then obviously you can go a bit slower. That's the TLDR. Survival Instinct allows you to basically avoid this speed debuff, which means you guarantee Aneri takes 1-to-1 turns against the boss, which gives you an extra heal, which means you don't need as much defensive stats. And to be honest, what else are you going to pick? Because if you think about it, what are you going to get? So let's see. Doesn't work. Crushing Rend, which is not there for damage. Doesn't work. Okay, no aura. Doesn't work. Doesn't work. Doesn't work. Doesn't work. We're not wanting to do damage there. Doesn't work. She's got no attack. Doesn't work. Okay, you decrease his defense, but you're not doing damage to him. You're doing burn damage. Not the same. Doesn't work. Miracle Heal could be useful, but in the end, it's not that valuable. I think the boss's passive covers you. Iron Will doesn't work. Heaven Cast, you don't do debuff. So actually, it's the only viable option for Sand Devil anyway. So, came here for the gear cleanse, fell asleep with the Sand Devil crap. Yeah, we will be doing gear cleansing in about 10 minutes. So the concept I'm working on now is instead of 24, going with 25 and having the same speed ratio, but instead of going 1-to-1 with the revive, we basically make sure that we have it up on a 6-turn cooldown and let Ninja die. Because if Ninja doesn't take those extra actions, then we can do it quicker, right? So the idea here is Aniri goes, opens A1, then Sand Devil's going to kill you, resets everyone. Aniri revives Ninja here, great. And so now we can A2 with Ninja, A2 with Aniri, the boss is still asleep. Aniri A1s, Ninja A3s, the boss wakes up, kills Ninja. So Ninja is no longer in the flow, then we just have to run Aniri, keep running Aniri, keep running Aniri, everyone dies. Aniri revives with a passive, she revives Ninja, and off we go. If we do that, we can do it with food. Now, most teams don't go faster than the boss. We don't open in this fashion. Normally, the Sand Devil opens, kill everyone, then Aniri goes first. In this setup, I'm actually trying to make Aniri run 1-1 to solve the problem of the 3% fail, which is, if Ninja doesn't die, and we don't get the speed debuff, then Aniri is no longer going in flow. She's still going 1-to-1, which means that she gets her revive back too quickly, revives a food champion or something, and then it all falls apart. So that's the idea. You don't need a 6-star Brave Blessing, no. You don't need it. Like, I've got a 3-star. To be honest, on Sand Devil 24, as long as you've got Ninja at a certain speed, you don't need anything other than 286 speed. This Godseeker here, in this build, at 286, and I think Ninja here, where is he? At 251, doesn't require a blessing. Aniri, even when she's speed debuffed, will always go 1-to-1 with the boss, because 286 speed is a break point. There's no high or low no-brainer. I've had 5 or 6 before. I actually wonder where I can get to in Doom Tower. There's 2 days before Kaimar, isn't it? So that's tonight's reset. That's 1 day. Oh, we can get a free Sacred Shard here. Not another one, though. We'll be able to get 1 Sacred Shard for extra. So I'll have like 9. So I'll probably pull for it. Is there a way to upgrade Awakenings? You get more souls. It's not really upgrading. So who thinks I'm going to remember to do a Force Keep for a mission for day 4? Honestly, I'm pretty sure I have to do a mission on my main. I almost forgot about it in my free-to-play, and I haven't logged into my free-to-play today, which is kind of bad. Yeah, we are. Although, let's face it, Blizzard, it's going to be a queue world for the first 10-15 minutes. Where do you use Corrigan? How do you gear him? Corrigan is one of the best ally protectors in the game. Right, Corrigan. Where's Corrigan? Corrigan is a Skinwalker. It's a Lizard. No, it's an Ogre, right? Corrigan. This passive is insane. Absolutely insane. 5% for every ally protections. 25% more defense. Right? He gets 50% defense and resistance. Strengthen plus ally protection on a 3-turn cooldown. Turn meter fill plus a full cleanse. Wow. Clan boss? Yes. Generally protecting your team? Yes. He's a little bit basic for something like Hydra. But if you want a tank, he's perfect for Hydra, right? You'll get a bit of turn meter filling, a bit of cleansing. You get yourself this passive which helps you deal with the Mischief Head, because everyone's going to get bonus resistance, and you get this strong heal. He's a very, very durable ally protector. I don't have Kaimar. It's amazing. I don't have Kaimar, isn't it? It's awesome. What are the speed tune requirements for a 3-man speed tune on Sand Devil with Revive on Death? I don't know specifically. The team that I'm going to be building is Neri, Ninja, and 3 food. Yes, it does, MM0. He bypasses. He bypasses it. 3 to 4 is the average. I wouldn't expect more than that. Right, so gear cleansing. I am in a bit of a crap state. I got 233 again. I really don't know what I'm going to do about gear cleansing. I really don't know. Because look how much I've got to clear. I have no way to do it. I don't know what to do with it all. Oh, look, there's some stuff in here. Like, what do I do with all this stuff? I have no space to clear it. That's the problem. I guess I just got to start selling more brutally. Look at it all. Look at it all. Look at it all. It's an embarrassment. I'm ashamed. Mule it all. Mule it all. I know, right? I mean, I've got 2 spaces. And it's not even like I've got bad things here. Like, you know, I have no uncommon. The rares that I've got in terms of 4-star, I don't have any of those. Like, I've got no 4-star, obviously. I haven't got anything embarrassing here. 5-star, I've got 81 pieces of 5-star gear. Let's just start being brutal here. Anything, I'm not gonna use that piece. That one's alright. That one's okay. It's not even like they're bad pieces, look. I mean, probably... That one's pretty naff. Like, I've got a lot of triple rolls. They're all like... It's not like I'm keeping bad gear. All of these pieces are all quadra or triple rolls. I mean, naturally, it's me, right? I'm triple roll genius. That's probably pretty poor. Triple. That was pretty poor. Triple. 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 Yeah, that was pretty enough. Triple. Triple. Do you see what I mean? Like, it's not like I've got bad gear here. Everything I've got that is not equipped on a champion has some form of triple roll in a good stat. Like triple speed on speed. Triple speed on speed. Okay, it's 5-star gear, right? Triple res on speed. Triple crit damage. Triple speed. Although that's kind of naff, actually. I should get rid of that. That's pointless. Triple speed. That one's pretty bad. That one's also bad. Triple. It's kind of triple because it's mythical. Quadra. That's trash. Triple. Just like, this is what I'm been like, people say, oh, you need to get rid of your 5-star gear. It's not like I'm keeping terrible 5-star gear. The 5-star gear I'm keeping are high rolls. That one's probably pretty bad. Actually, it's not because it's technically double. That one's bad. Triple. That one's bad. Technically okay. I'll roll that, see what it gets. Bad. My ability to triple roll things is awful. It's so good. I just... Resistance with HP, it might be useful. Yeah, I know where you're coming from, Own Alone. The problem is, I could sell it. Like, I was speaking to Hydro the other day, Hydro B, and he was like, oh, I really need these pieces, but I never kept them. And I'm like, that's why I keep everything, because you never know when something becomes relevant. How many of us would have been using Provoke sets a year ago? In essence, I actually sold all of my Provoke gear, because I was like, I don't need that. Now, I'm like, it's a shame I don't have decent Provoke gear. So there's pros and cons to having that strategy of, I've never used this piece, I should just get rid of it. I do need to be more brutal on some of these sets here, right? The chances I'm never going to use that. Chances are I'm probably not going to use that. I probably need to be more brutal on these sets here. Like, I'm not going to use that, but it's also in the back of my mind is like, how accessible is it going to be to get these sets in the future? It's more easier to sell this type of piece because it's 5-star primary, right? 5-star primary is always worse. Like there, that's probably really bad. I should sell that. I should probably sell that as well. I should probably sell that. But again, speed boots, I haven't got many of them. I'd keep the speed boots. Now let's roll some of these pieces. Because now is the best time to do this because of the hero's path, right? So all of these extra gear cleanses is going towards that artifact enhancement. Why? I can't pull champion. You watch me pull like 10 sacred shards and not get a single like hint of legendary, but you ask me to triple roll something. It's like it's all I'm good at. It feels like that's all I'm good at in raid is triple rolling gear. Let's sell. I don't understand. Like this, you can see how many triple rolls and quadra rolls. I'm well above average. There's no way that I'm anywhere near the average of a triple roll. Like I could take this thing, it'll probably triple roll. It just comes a point in time where it's just like, can I trade some of my artifact rolling luck for something like better? My Arbiter's at like 387. If I wanted to, I think I could get Morrigan to 397 because I've got the Faction Guardians built in. It's like it's got to the point now where I almost can predict I'm going to triple roll if I get a double roll. Like, oh, it's probably going to triple roll. Like, I've not hacked the game. I haven't like broken the spinning wheel. It's not me, okay? I haven't done this. Someone in Playroom like feels sorry that I'm not in the content creator program and all these bad things that happen to me, and they're like, tell you what, every time you double roll, we'll give you a triple roll. Like, but you see my problem with selling gear because I keep triple rolling everything, then I don't know what to sell because I'm like. It's just like oh, thank God. Ugh, if we did another one, I'd have lost my mind. So, to some respects, right, when someone tells me I can't get to a certain speed, this is why it's very difficult for me to reply with, how is that even possible? Because you can see when I'm rolling gear, I'm like, it's so easy. Because I can just roll for days. But I can't get champions, right? I cannot pull champions. It's kind of okay, but never really use it. Alright, well, that's cleared a bunch. Right, let's have a look at... You see what I mean, though? It becomes a point where you start thinking, like, am I hacking the system somehow? Am I like... Something must be going amiss, right? Something must be. Even on the free-to-play, the first piece of artifact I rolled was Perception Speed Boots with triple roll accuracy. I was like, it's insane. Right, what are we going to sell here? Speed. Resistance kind of ruins that, so we get rid of that. Bad. Resistance ruins that. This is me. I'm Own Alone and Mullet Reaver and all of you guys that are telling me to be brutal. I am being brutal right now. This is me being brutal. I'm selling gear that probably I would never sell normally. I can't keep enduring 200 items in my inbox. It's actually quite worth keeping, even though it's a bit slow, just because you never know when you need a slower build. No. I feel like it's worth keeping 6-star speed boots regardless, right? Because you never know. Like, I always keep percentage boots to crit rate because you just never know when they're going to be useful. Okay. We'll roll it up, see what else we get. What we got here? Crit damage, accuracy, res. Res with crit damage, not good. Crit damage, accuracy, defense. Could be useful. Yeah, basically, we use the speed set, Skrelliot, to get enough speed to get a slow build, but not actually index any substats into speed. That's what I mean by a slower speed with speed sets. Sometimes you just need to go to a certain thing, but you actually just want more substats. That's worth keeping out your roll crit rate. Why is res bad? You don't want to put resistance with damage stats, Anthony Perez, right? So in this situation here, it's borderline sell anyway because of flat stat. If I rolled crit damage with crit rate and resistance, it's bad. Because essentially I've lost an entire substat because resistance is not benefiting my damage build. This is an ultra min-max mentality. 9 times out of 10 for the average player, 10 resistance or something as a substat extra, if it's still got 3 other good substats, would work. But some of the really high-end game players who basically are super critical more than I would have something like, if there's even 1 resist roll, sell. Even if it's got a legendary piece with crit damage, crit rate, if it's got resistance, sell. It's not even worth leveling up. That's like a super ultra mentality. And there are some players that do that because essentially resistance adds no value. If you think of a perfect weapon would be crit damage, crit rate, attack percentage, and then probably either HP percentage or maybe accuracy, right? Because you can't get any, like, you could go for speed as well. That would be like the perfect setup. You wouldn't want flat stats, you wouldn't want resistance, you don't really want accuracy. They don't benefit your damage. Speed is good, but speed is not a very valuable damage stat to some extent in PvP specifically, because you need to wait out Stone Skin. You need to wait out reaction. So actually having speed is not necessarily the best thing in the world. Low roll. You got your first Painkeeper. There you go. Now resistance pieces, I'll keep anything with double roll resistance. Like, that's kind of weak, but it's okay. Just sell. Sell. Fury is all about damage and speed. I'd probably keep that, maybe. Like, that's kind of good for defense based. I will keep some decent Fury sets around in case I want to index something in Clan Boss. Like here, resistance doesn't help me do damage. All I would do with that piece is I would go... I mean, it's borderline. It's kind of high rolled everything, but it's got no crit damage or speed. So Fury, for me, Fury is Clan Boss specific. So the goal with Fury is I'm going to be using it in like a Man-Eater style team. That's pretty much the only place that Fury is good. So it needs crit rate, speed, probably crit damage, and attack percentage, and maybe defense percentage if the defense-based nuke, but it's very rare, and accuracy sometimes. If it's got resistance, it's not useful to me. So here, I should probably sell it because it hasn't really got... It could stay, because to be honest, it depends what it rolled at 16. If it rolled crit damage, it'd be pretty alright. It's hard to justify rolling it to 16 though for a Fury set, so it's probably a sell. Here, for example, crit rate's really what we want. Defense percentage is pretty poor, but it double rolls speed, so we'd keep it. Speed with crit rate is perfect. Attack, couldn't get much better. Danderbeer is back again. 7 months, one of the longest standing minions. Really appreciate it. Thank you. And you gifted 5 memberships. Oh, there's so many lucky people here today getting free gifted memberships. So many lucky. Random side note, I just crossed the 10k mystery shard. Well, now is a good time to pull some mystery shards because free chase points, right? Free points in that event. How many 6 stars are unequipped? Like 1,200 Nexard. You don't want to look at my inventory. Great video today, Saf, breaking down the new Deck of Fate event. Always love the math videos, seeing if events are worth it. Not a problem, Mr. Minx. Thank you for not being one of the people that were like, why are you comparing this to a champion chase when it should be a summon rush? This event is terrible, gambling on gambling, even though I only actually worked out the results based on the actual guaranteed rewards. So technically I didn't include any of the gambling elements. You know. Should we have a look at that Own Alone? Did you, where is it? Where is it? Where's the link? Have you sent it to me on DM, have you? Yeah, I got you here. Should we have a look at this? Can I show it on stream before I do this? I should do it. Can I show it on stream, Own Alone, or should I keep it off stream? Because I know sometimes they're a bit sensitive about things. I don't want to leak anything. It might be of interest to people to see how high-end people gear cleanse. Yeah, cool. Awesome. Right, this is going to be confusing. I haven't seen this before, so... Okay, so these are some sets, right? So, for example, this is how crazy it'll be, right? If we go to... Can I find Savage Lethal, right? Savage Lethal, right? So we basically got here, keeping criteria, substats. So he's basically said, this is what we really want as an ideal setup. Why do we want flat attack? Oh, it's main stat. Right, got it. So what he's basically saying is, ideally you want speed, crit rate, crit damage, speed, crit rate, crit damage, crit rate, crit damage, speed. Crit rate, you want crit damage, primary, crit rate sub, speed, crit damage. Now I would argue probably that actually attack percentage... Oh, am I showing the right screen before I check? Yeah, I know it's really small. I can't really zoom in any bigger. Maybe that helps. It's really small. It's very difficult to read. Is that better? Can you read this now? Let me try that. Is that readable? Readable? Yeah. So what, if you think of a Savage Lethal piece, right? These are the substats he wants. Now, I would argue probably, I don't know how old this is, Own Alone, but I'd imagine that speed has less priority now. Own Alone can share it probably if he joins the Discord and sends it in if he wants to. If not, I'll share it later. I can just zoom it in here. Right, so we're looking at this row here, Savage Lethal. Now, I'd probably argue that if in today's meta, speed is less important. I would say you probably go attack percentage to your fourth or over speed. Flat HP, attack percentage here. Flat defense hit. It's 5 months old. Speed is not very important anymore because you have to wait out so many things. So people like a lot of the time prefer not to go super fast with the damage dealers. You need to kill things. You don't need to go fast. Exactly. So people will prioritize like here, for example. You can't really like some things you can't get much better, but on gloves, this probably is better if you have attack percentage or defense percentage, depending on what your damage dealer is. So the criteria for keeping something is 3 times any of the stats, 2 times crit rate or speed, or one of the others. And then we've got this thing here, the third criteria of any main stat of 3 times speed substat rolled, or only speed, attack, defense, HP, only gods here. So if you get a piece with resistance and you don't have all 3 of these, or you don't have 2 crit rates or speed rolled, you sell it. Right? You sell it straight away. I don't think speed, like, what you got to remember is the top tier of live arena, speed is not important. Speed is bad. Speed is not good. To the extent that people were taking faction guardians away to reduce speed. They want damage, they want raw stats, they want to one-shot something. They don't really want speed. For the average Joe, live arena is still a little bit like old Goal 5 meta, where it's like speed teams still kind of win. And in certain champions, speed is important, but your damage dealers, speed is not important, right? Speed on someone like a, speed is still very important for your Yumakos, right? So if you've got like perception gear with speed accuracy, speed is very important. But for your damage dealers, it's not. right? So Savage, if Savage has resistance, it's almost an instant sell. That's the TLDR, because why would you want to waste a roll on something you can't have? Now, Frenzy, I've been keeping a few more pieces around because I kind of want to build out some Frenzy sets. So I'm keeping some different combinations of Frenzy because I'm playing around with the set. So these pieces will stay because they're decent pieces. Although that one's pretty bad, so that one should go. Like gloves, for example. There is no value in keeping gloves. There is no value on keeping gloves, HP percentage with crit damage substat. Zero value. Absolute zero value. Why? Because crit damage primary would be more desirable. It's the same thing with amulets. You never want substat crit damage unless it's for like a man-eater, which has a primary stat attack with a triple roll crit damage, because then technically it's more damage. It's a very niche scenario. In general terms, if you substat roll crit damage, you're better off just taking crit damage primary stat. It's not desirable. Same here. Now, if that was crit rate with crit damage, fine. Because what you're doing is you're replacing your crit rate substats with crit damage. It's not as optimal, but it's okay. But HP and crit damage is just pointless, right? Because in terms of damage, you'd be better off going crit damage primary with HP substats. So that's a sell. Resistance accuracy, pretty good. Speed, defense, we keep them because I know my regeneration sets are not very vast. Even then, Tom, it's not worth it. Because if you want your HP champion to deal damage, then you go crit damage. And you find the HP elsewhere. I mean, sometimes it's not like valuable. I mean, let's take it to 60 if it's a 6 speed. I'd keep it still. I know it hasn't got speed, but it's sometimes valuable. Maybe it's not. Oh, well, I've 60'd it now. I'll keep it for now. Immunity, I tend to look for things like accuracy, but there's no speed on this. It's not as good. Accuracy, speed is what you want. Crit rate, bad substats, sell. Crit rate, crit damage, res. It's okay. I'll keep that one. Res, speed. It's fine to have immunity with resistance. Crit damage, crit rate, speed. Perfect. Because sometimes you want immunity nukers. It's not as common anymore, but sometimes in PvP, like sometimes in PvE, you want immunity for the buff for your Seer, and you want damage still. This one's not so good. Crit rate, crit damage, low roll. Speed, resistance, we keep it. Crit damage, it's kind of 60 already, so we keep it. Resistance, speed, great. Bad, low roll. Because I'm also looking at low roll. At double roll, I can get 21%. Right, so basically we take 16 divided by 3. So that's told me the average roll here is 5.3. The lowest it could be is 5. So that's incredibly low roll. It's an instant sell. Same here, 17%. It's near enough low roll. It's an instant sell. This, really low roll, instant sell. So I'm keeping a lot of, I'm keeping worse 6-star gear than I am 5-star gear based on this. Hey, can you show in which video you talk about how it's not worth to stack a lot of crit damage versus attack? Crit damage versus attack on nukers. Not sure what you mean, Christoph. I don't know if I've ever talked about where I'd say that. I mean, I've got 275 out of 1,200 6-star rares next art. I haven't opened anything extra, Dimitra. We'll probably open a few tonight. Bad. Shield sets, I'm looking for speed HP, right? I'd probably keep this because it's pretty good roll accuracy, pretty high-ish on speed, and it's got HP percentage. Shields, you kind of want HP, but there's always a value in having a damaging set as well. Because damage speed can be good. Like here, HP with crit rate, crit damage, it's probably worth keeping for someone like a Mountain King, maybe. You're always thinking about what possible scenarios could I want shield. Well, shield is a HP base, so HP based damage deal is pretty good with shield. You get double bonus benefits. Relentless is always good to keep in any scenario. That one's pretty bad though. Right, here's the tough part. HP, crit damage, weapon, no speed. It's got accuracy, it's okay. This is where I basically don't follow any of my subscriptions here. Kind of low roll sell. It's okay. Bad. 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 Look at all these pieces I'm selling. Keep that one. Terrible rolls. Like, that's basically as low as it can possibly roll. It's so bad. That one's good. Depends how that rolls. Bad. Yeah, I know. Look how well I'm doing. I'm being brutal with myself here. Oh, that's a hard one, that one. With Savage, as I said, if it's not like, that's a pretty good piece for HP base nuker. If it's got resistance on it, like, this is great-ish for like someone like a Rotus, because sometimes HP percent is decent on a Rotus. That one's okay. If you've got sometimes HP and attack percentage is not a terrible thing to combine, because there are quite a few HP and attack percent nukers in high-end arena. Again, low rollish, but because I probably don't have that many boots, I'll keep it. Speed, HP percentage is fine. That's kind of a bit mixed up. It's alright. Just sell them both. Now, with stun set, speed. Right? Stun sets is all about speed. If you're not taking turns, you can't stun people. So the most valuable piece of stat on a stun set is speed. For important sets like Savage, why not show all of your gear and go per slot to keep... I'm basically working backwards, like worst case to best case. So I'm basically going, okay, get rid of my 5-star gear I don't want. Now I'm doing 6-star rare, right? Which is arguably the worst pieces to keep. And then we'll see how much space I've got to empty my inventory. Yeah, so accuracy is useful to have, and certainly things like defensive stats are good, but the main thing is, if the stun set doesn't have speed, I don't keep it, because it's not worth it. Because if I can't take turns to actually stun things, what's the point? So things like speed, you can build a high damage stun set, so it's not bad having a few pieces that are good damage, but it has to always start with, does it have speed first? If it has speed, good. Then we have a look at, okay, we want to match things up. So if I want a tanky piece, I want defense, HP percentage, accuracy, or HP percentage resistance, something like that. If I want damage, I want crit rate, crit damage, attack percentage, or crit rate, crit damage, defense percentage. What I don't want to see is speed, resistance, crit damage, crit rate. It's messy. So this piece here, I'll keep because it's speed and accuracy. This piece, speed, resistance, HP percentage, it's tanky. The attack percent is not great though. But it's a 6-star speed boots. Boots are a bit, you can see, I'm pretty religious with my stun sets. The only pieces I've kept here are things like speed set there. That's okay. The flat stats kind of hurt, but it's okay because it's a speed boots. They're always a little bit more flexible. Accuracy, crit damage, accuracy is not so great, but it's fine. Speed, accuracy, crit damage is not so great, but it's fine. Toxic is really valuable for clan boss. People underrate how good Toxic is. Once you get to a certain point of clan boss, you take away your poison as you bring in Toxic sets. So having good fast pieces, it's a bit like stun. Normally your Toxic damage dealers need to go fast in clan boss, so you need speed, crit rate, speed, crit damage, speed, attack percentage, speed, a little bit of accuracy. I don't really care about tankiness with Toxic. I'll never be tanky with Toxic gear. It's no point. You want basically damage, lots of it. So this piece here, pretty trash. The only reason why I try to keep it is I'm still looking for the holy grail, which is attack percentage, double roll, perfect speed with crit rate on a Toxic chest. It's the only thing I don't have. Provoke gear is a bit more universal for Hydra. It's good to build some damage, but you just generally want tankiness as well. Speed, again, is valuable. Like there, that's great. Great. Retaliation is another clan boss set for me. So I've been trying to build up some arsenals of clan boss for retaliation gear. I'm working on it. That's a really bad piece. But as you can see, like, I'm keeping pieces I normally would sell because I don't have an awful lot of the base builds for it. So I'm working on trying to build up some good options and then working on perfecting it later. But these low rolls I shouldn't be keeping those. That one's okay because it's perfect rolls all over the place. That one's okay. Ideally, I want speed again because you need to go fast, like there. Never going to use that. Retaliation can be useful in terms of counterattacking, but I think these days it's better off to go, like, if you think in arena, you're better off going for like a stone skin or like a immunity bolster, and then having revenge accessories for your counterattack rather than having a counterattack set. I just think it's more valuable. I don't really think there's that many valuable places where you can support a retaliation over some of the more powerful sets. Crit damage is fine. It's not the best, but it's other stats, but I don't have many of them. Like defense, I'm never going to use that piece. Attack percentage, crit rate, speed, perfect, because sometimes I don't need to go super fast. That was pretty bad. Avenging has its uses for the skull crowns of the world. So Avenging, I normally go 0 speed. Right, I'm looking for base damage. Now, I haven't rebuilt my skull crowns in a while, so I need to. But yeah, you just basically want to go, see, I'm picking just purely crit damage, crit rate. I'm going super slow. That one's pretty bad. Because all I want to do is counterattack. I don't want to go fast. That was actually not bad. Do you automatically get the optimizer member role in the Discord, or do I need to request it? Optimizer member role. Optimizer member role. What are we talking about? The minions. If you join the Discord above, if you're a member, just pop your name in the request minion role, and I'll sort it out probably tomorrow. Yeah, I find accessories is much easier, but I'm being brutal today. Stalwart's a bit awkward because there's both value in damage and defense. If you have Revenge, they don't stack, no Dave. They're separate rolls. You have one attempt at 35% and one attempt at the other one. So they're separate rolls, so they don't really add up together. They're not additive, they're multiplicative with each other. So if one doesn't rock, the other one will. And then obviously if one of them does, it automatically disables the other one. So here's a bit awkward. I'm looking for defensive ones. That's pretty bad. I shouldn't keep that. Shouldn't keep that. Speed, if it's perfect rolled like that, it's worth keeping. Don't want to keep that. Keep that. Crit rate with resistance. I don't want damage with res. Sometimes there's value in having like 100% crit rate. It's very rare though. Oh, how far are we? I think we're going to probably pause in a bit and pull some stuff out the vault, the inbox, because I want to look at new juicy stuff. Actually, let's do that now. How many did we get to? We've cleared 100 artifacts nearly. And we've actually generated reasonable silver. Obviously, we're working our way through this. I haven't figured out what I want to buy here, but I think I need double the amount of points to get to here. I could probably do it by burning all my silver, but I might do that. Should we flip some cards? Right, let's flip some cards and then we'll do some more loot. Flip some cards and we'll do some loot. Let me move this over to there. Okay, bottom left. Ooh, it's a green. Here. Oh, it's a green. Are we going to triple here? Green. Triple! I feel like I'm high rolling a lot of this. That's like, I've got 300 gems from this Deck of Fate event already. That's so, earlier I got 200. This is now 300. So this Deck of Fates has given me 400 gems so far. Another one. Ooh, blue. Oh. 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 Oh, it's one. Is it going to be? We're at now 550 gems. Come on now. Don't let me down. Where do we think it is? Oh. Damn. The one I needed to triple roll. But here's the thing, right? So people are saying, oh, it's a waste of time and everything. I've barely done any... I've summoned 12 Void Shards, or 13 Void Shards, and I've trained a few champions. And so far, I've got 550 gems, an epic book, 3-day XP boost, and all these coins. I know you can low roll, but I feel like it's a pretty good... You know? I feel like it's a pretty good event. I don't... You know, I feel like it's pretty solid. It's just my opinion on it. Right, let's pull all of our ×3 Savage stuff out. I think the problem is people look at the event and look at it as, oh, it's gambling, because they get instantly drawn to the triple roll, right? And I agree, I don't like the triple roll. I think, personally, it shouldn't reset like that. If I pull 3 epics, I should be able to get a reward. Do I think the reward should be as strong as they currently are? No. But I feel like I should be able to still get it, because at least then it's consistent. But if you just look at the guaranteed rewards on their own in terms of how much you need to invest to get them, it's a pretty good trade-off. I feel like you get a lot more than you would get in a normal event. It's more than a normal champion chase. It's more than what you would probably get in like a champion training tournament, although you have to do a lot more effort. And you also get 2 paths that you can offset. So you can summon a bit, you can do a bit of training, you can mix and match a little bit. The only annoying thing is now I've done 2 epics, right? So I've only got 8 epic options left. So the chances are I need to get, you know, it reduces my odds of being able to pull 3 epics in a row. There are 2 legendary books on a ×2 and a ×10. Yeah, exactly. A lot of the rewards we get, like people forget, until you get to like the second row of champion training, most of the rewards are fillers. They're terrible. Like 100 silver, 10 brews, one little thing this and one little thing that. They're not great. Yeah, we haven't looked at the accessories. I don't think I want to. Well, exactly. That's kind of what you want to do. What I meant is, now that I've lost 2 of the possible 10, it reduces the probability that I'm going to get a triple, because I've halved my odds, right? How do I get so much good gear? I mean, I've been playing the game for 3 years, to be fair. I've got a lot of gear. Diablo is in 4 minutes. So the stream probably has like 5 minutes. Triple roll. Ooh, it's still worth keeping though. HP percentage with perfect triple roll and accuracy. It's a good piece. This has really got to roll crit damage, or it's useless. That's useless. How do I say thank you to the Dandabit? Just say thank you here. Probably not. I'm probably going to head off after when we start. I'm not going to jump in straight away because the stream's a bit, like, it's going to be awful. Triple? Ooh, it's really bad. This is all of my Savage ×3 stuff, by the way. So we're about to see how many Savage ×3 I kept from about 250 runs. Oh, he might not still be in stream then. What did you farm? I farmed Finite 25. About 250 runs. Are the drop rates on all the levels of Doom Tower Hards equal? On all the specific ones, yeah. Obviously, the floor by floor, the drop rates differ a little bit, but the floor 10 hard, the drop rates are the same for every single one. I'm not going to keep that slow rolls. Oh, did you? The phone basically said when you dropped it, cack. Again, crit damage, speed. Can I extend my triple roll into quad rolling? I mean, it's low roll. It's low roll, but it's a quad roll. It's low roll, but it's a quad roll. It's a low roll, right? But now you all know why I can't sell gear, because of all this nonsense that I get every single time. It's not even on a good piece, for God's sake. I need to rebuild all the man-eaters. I'm really just farming anniversary path points at this point. Oh, that's pretty good, though. That's pretty bad. Sometimes a 5-star is not terrible next art if it rolls in the right place, right? Obviously 5-star, like a 5-star quad roll speed on speed set is probably better than a 6-star double sometimes, especially if one is high rolled, low rolled. Is it always going to be better? No. That's kind of awkward. Is it? If it's not speed, it's a sell. It's res, it's a sell. Don't know why I kept that. Sometimes I keep pieces and I'm like, why am I keeping it? Dodge the main important thing. It's funny, sometimes I will actually sell pieces that I've rolled that are better than what I've got because I just have so many pieces it's very hard to tell. Like Frenzy at the moment obviously has more importance because we've got Nogdar in the game. Getting a buff, right? So we're looking at Frenzy differently now that Nogdar's here. If that had high roll speed I would have kept it, but it's not. Double roll or sell? Good enough, keep. Update your Battle.net client. It's ready to go. I can play it. I think it's already updated, right? Do I need to check? Settings. About. I think it's fine. I'll restart it though, just to be safe. That's bad. So I'm trying to keep more, what is the best damage dealing reviver? Someone who actually, someone like Sachi is pretty good. Acrobat, because you revive on killing. Oh. Is Battle.net dead? Altan's great option, yeah. Basically, champions that revive on killing generally deal damage. Speed. Ooh, it's close. Kind of trash though, really, isn't it? I'm looking for Hydra. I don't really think there's that many. Battle.net's dead. Is Battle.net meant to be dead? Oh, Battle.net's alive again. Borderline. Battle.net is already struggling. Triple roll? Ooh, it's close. Still decent though. Will they ever nerf hard? What they will do with hard Fire Knight is they will add champions over 12 months and make it easier. They'll not nerf it. Not unless it's so bad. Oh, triple. Triple! Boom! I'm here all day. I'm here all day. Sign me up. Episode 3 is Betrayal. Yeah, I'll see if I can get in, Jessica, but I don't know if I'll play much tonight. It's kind of lame, but I'll keep it. Oh, sell. That's a sell. Look how many Savage pieces I kept for my ×3 Savage. 9. Out of 250 runs, I kept 9. I wonder why people don't like farming dungeons anymore. Oh, it's awful. It's low rolled. What, the Cardiel I don't own? Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah, some of Soundstripe music is available in other places. Like, a lot of it's on Spotify, but obviously you have to have a Soundstripe license to be able to stream it. Triple roll. Actually, it's kind of a piece worth keeping just because it gives you all the damage stats for a slow HP based dealer. I shouldn't really keep this unless it double rolls accuracy, which it didn't, so we sell that. Yeah, I mean, I don't really think I went hard enough on the ×3 Savage to really warrant keeping anything. I mean, I shouldn't have 60'd it. I was just doing it for funsies. I obviously triple roll this because you never know, like, when you might have a quad roll and then you can reforge. Like, really, I should sell this piece instantly. And it should definitely do it now it's rolled speed. And now it's rolled resistance, right? Because resistance stat is not good. What is your most wanted champion at the moment? Not to only have it, but to also be a game changer for you. It's probably going to be Yumiko or Warlord. They're the biggest game changing ones on my account. No roll. Because I don't actually... Oh, Kaima. Those three actually give me something I don't have on my account, which is control for Arena. I shouldn't have rolled this to 12, but hey. Acrizia is not such a big game changer because she only helps me in certain areas. She's powerful, but she's not like going to get me... Like, Acrizia is not going to unlock things for me that I didn't already have unlocked. You know? I already can do Nightmare Hydra. It's the same thing with Grisor Iron Gut, right? I went for it in the end, but to be honest, Grisor wasn't going to give me anything I can't already do. So, hey, look how many ×3 Savage pieces I kept. 0 so far. It's on Saturday, Alexandru. I got it wrong. It's Saturday for Kaima. So unless a crit effect is predicted on a crit, for instance, although I should sell support gear with crit rate rolls. No, crit rate is okay. Just don't have crit rate with things that necessarily don't make sense with crit rate, right? Crit rate is okay to have. It's often okay to have a support champion at 100% crit rate. It's not bad having them as excess. What I meant is just don't index heavily into them. Well, I don't even know why I want that. I'm only keeping him if they triple a quad. That's nice. Crit rate? Yes. Kind of mixed up, it's fine. Has to roll speed or it's a sell. Kind of low rolled. Has to roll a percentage or it's a sell. It's good. I mean, Warlord is good enough on his own, right? One of them would be so good. It's low roll defense. I have no use for defense with Toxic Gear. It's actually better to have Yumiko Christomir. Warlord gets countered a little bit by Taras. Yumiko doesn't. Watch all the best rolls be on these sets now. There you go. Another triple roll. Another triple roll. Ooh, nearly. Basher is nowhere near the same quality. Firstly, Yumiko does her lock without attacking, which is huge, is very valuable for counterattack issues. Secondly, Yumiko also resets at the same time. Thirdly, Yumiko Hex is really annoying. There's no comparison between them. I'm trying to basically get the tier 3 stone. That's my goal. I didn't think I could do it, but I feel like I can with the remaining silver that I've got here. That's actually really nice. Sometimes this can be good. It's 5-star boots. Taras fears orcs. When they go into battle, Taras fears orcs, so he fears Warlord. Forces you to run immunity Warlord. It's really annoying. Hey look, I got a piece of impulse, which I probably will sell instantly if it doesn't roll really strong, which it didn't. Well, it's kind of an all-rounder, it's alright. Oh, look at that. That's an instant sell, isn't it? Maybe it rolls well. Tomorrow you will be. I don't think I'm going to play it tonight because I think the servers are going to be just, like, fried. I can't imagine the servers are even... Like, you've got basically thousands and thousands of hardcore Diablo ARPG players literally at the edge of their keyboard like, go live, go live, go live. And they're all going to go slam the servers now and basically not sleep for the next 48 hours. I'm going to wait for those players to get in the game. I might try and get in it tonight, but I'm not going to stream it tonight. Because I'll be honest, people are just going to be like, go crazy. Impulse, I think, is just generally a bad sell. The only reason why I'm keeping it is, do I need a slow build with accuracy, HP, and resistance? I'm not looking at the set, I'm looking at the stats. So that's the only reason why I'm keeping that. And also because maybe an impulse set is useful for something in the future. I just don't really think it is. I think generally if you want reflex, you go reflex. I can't imagine why you'd want to go impulse for 12 speed. I'd rather just go reflex. It's live. Own Alone, it is live. Yeah, I mean, I'll be honest, Nexal, I think Impulse is universally sell. I don't think Impulse is any worth... I don't think it's worth keeping. I just don't understand why you would sacrifice 10% chance for 12 speed. Or like 6 speed. Or what is it? Like 12% on 100 is like 10 speed, right? Give or take. I just don't understand why you would basically trade 10% chance to get your skill back for 1.5 speed rolls. I just don't see the usage. I like it on a strong buffer who needs to be fast. Yeah, but surely it's just better to have the 10% and just get faster substat rolls. That's what I'm saying. Why would you trade the chance? I don't understand why you would trade the chance, is what I'm saying. Because 10% is like a quarter of the chance. That's a bit... Ooh. Ooh. Do we quad roll? Do we quad roll again tonight? Oh, we do. We quad roll. Two in one night. Yep, 6-star quad. I mean, I don't know how the average roll has gone. It's a bit. It feels low roll. It's relatively low roll. It's like mid to low. It's mid to low roll. It's pretty good. It's actually not too bad at all. Don't know why I'd use it, but hey. That's alright. Keep that. It's 10.5, so it's like mid-range. The lowest is 9, the highest is 12, so it's like mid to low. Could be worse, basically. I don't max glyph now. CVC, Jimbo Limbo. That's 2,500 points for CVC. You think smart? That's kind of naff, really. What we're going to do is we're going to get through this. We're going to see how many points we're at and then basically burn silver on stuff to try and get the... is someone able to double check for me? How many hero path points did you need to get the tier 3 soul stone? Was it like 42,000? Yeah, Kim, I know it's disgusting, isn't it? I'm even ashamed of myself how much I'm quad rolling. It's actually an embarrassment to myself. Protection is always a bit of a weird piece for me because I feel like it universally could be really good for something. Boo! I mean, it's just an ability. It's like my secret passion, my secret powers in Raid. Go on, give me speed now. Ooh, we'll take it. Not bad. Close. I need more though. I do need more. How many more do I need? Why don't I go and have a look at my good old Google sheet that I made on a video that tells me exactly. So I need 46,700. I'm 10,000 off. That's a lot. I don't think I got enough silver for it. It's 10,000. Minimum. The cheapest way is actually a little bit cheap if I don't go if I don't take these and take the avatar. But I mean, I need 10,000 points. Like, how many is that? It's basically like 10 like 6s. I've got 6.5 million. Okay, so I guess we just power some level 16s, I guess. First things first, let's have a look if I've got any artifacts. Let's have a look if I've got any artifacts. Apparently someone was telling me the aeroplane mode trick doesn't work anymore. I don't know whether it's true or not. Sell accessories. Well, I might have to sell some, yeah. But the first thing I want to do is, have I got any artifacts that are like level 13? I do. Yakal. Where is our little void legendary guy? Anyone seen the banner? Where is he? Why can't I find Yakal? Oh, there he is. Hogging a level 15 banner. Yes, please. Can we do this without costing me 1,000,000 silver? Please don't cost me 1,000,000 silver. Okay, nice. 98,000. We take that. And we've also got a piece on Taurus. Taurus. Who's got a lovely 14 banner. Oof, that was expensive. Nice. Okay. That's all of my rank 14s. We do have a couple of 13s. Kind of trash, though. Okay, I guess we just upgrade people, do we? Maybe like, it's no point upgrading artifacts from, let me go back in the vault. There's no point upgrading accessories because they're very freaking expensive. So I guess we just look to see if we can upgrade any artifacts that do damage. Stars are filling up the sky. You take my hand in yours. We'll make our own car. Let's see how far we get. How do you find these pieces so fast at a lot level? Optimizer. I basically go into the optimizer and I change the level filter so that it shows me all the artifacts that are level 13, 14, or 15, and then it tells me which heroes they're on. I do all of my artifact finding in the optimizer. I don't do any searching in the game. Even champions and stuff, I'll just go in the optimizer. It's so much easier. I'll be honest, we might have to mule some clan gold here. Well, I'll be careful about mythical gate speed zone. No, it's probably alright. Uh-oh, no more silver. Yeah, I use everything for the optimizer. Okay, 41,000. Right, okay. It's time. Mule, clan, gold, silver. Do not do this at home. Don't be me. Do not use your clan gold for this. It's a terrible idea. World speed should be fine though. 41,717. Let's see. So the cheapest way to do this, am I correct in assuming, is to go get the key here, get the Baron avatar, get this, which is like the coins, then get the 5-star chicken, then get the soul. That's right, yeah? Basically avatar, coins, chicken, stone. I should know. I did the video on this, I should know. Just because it's late, can someone just confirm that's correct? Yep, okay, right. So unlock 1, 2, 3, 4, chicken. So I need... Yeah, I prefer the chicken rather than the barrel, though. I didn't want to go and get the barrel. Chicken, better barrel. I have to 6-hour Void Champion for missions. Would you recommend Isala, Painkeeper, Bellower, Renegade, or Sylar? I would recommend Sylar. Because Sylar will have usages in high-end Doom Tower and in Faction Wars. So I just need like 4,000. That should be fine. Technically, I should have got the Legendary Books. More valuable. It's that time. Do I have any... Oh, there was a 5-star. I should have solved it. First things first. 5-star. Isala would be a close second. I just have an affinity for Sylar. I think she's so good. I think Sylar, in my opinion, is just so good. Cerberus was a dog, yeah. One must generate silver. So one must sell stuff. This is what we need in the game, right? Show me all of my amulets, right? What I want to know is, show me all of my amulets that are attack percentage that don't have accuracy. All I can say is show me all the ones that have them. I suppose this thing here, I could say none. Or like low. Because basically, if there's an amulet and attack and it doesn't have any accuracy, I don't want it. But it's like, I can't do that. It only gives me like weighting. I just want to know all the ones that have it that I don't have any stats for. And that one should just go. Because that's the only reason why I'd keep an attack, except for here. This is the only reason why I'd keep attack for this faction because of man-eaters. But here, for example, it's all I want is accuracy. Why? Because of bombers. Attack plus accuracy is the only benefit for a bomb here. That should just go. That should just go. But I don't want to sell anything right now, upgrade anything to check if it's going to be good, because I just don't have the silver. How much silver did I just mule out there? 2.3. It's going to be rough. I don't think I can get more pieces. Right, what are we upgrading? Anything good? Kind of speed. It's kind of shite. Okay. Why attack a man-eater? Because technically speaking, because the man-eater has such a low base attack but such a high attack multiplier, that if you have an attack amulet with a triple roll crit damage substat, it is technically more damage than crit damage with attack flat stat. Because he benefits more from a flat stat attack than the crit damage can multiply, because essentially the attack value, because of his multiplier being so high, is much more efficient. Same thing with Brogni to some extent. He's got such a high base attack multiplier, but a low base attack. It's a very niche scenario for certain champions where their attack multipliers are incredibly high. Any interest in mythical pieces need a healthy level 16. Nope. It's like what you can't do here as well as go, show me all of the pieces that are not rolled. That would be great. Show me all the pieces that are not rolled here right now. Like level 12. Don't know why I'm keeping that. It's terrible. Do you know that you can do get the second avatar too if it's not expensive if you get the tooth in? Yes, I do. Except I have no silver. But I should be able to, right? It's only, what, 1,500? Pretty cheap. Just so much UI logic that just doesn't exist. Should have kept that piece, never mind. Wow, it took me 1.5 million silver. Brutal. All for this is all for 5-star Ripper. Probably. Knowing my luck. Why have I kept that piece? It's a flat stat. I bet I probably got that from like one of the clan versus clans and I just forgot to accept it and I forgot to sell it. I know you guys are probably screaming at me like, you need to gear cleanse all this stuff. I'm a bit out of time, I'll be honest. I'm just looking for clear pieces that are a good upgrade option. That could give me more damage or something. Ooh, I wonder if that triple rolls. Nope. Probably very tired. I don't think that can happen. Could be wrong though. Somewhere in here is like a juicy piece that I need to 16. Oh, why is that level 9? Why isn't even that? Well, actually no. Maybe if it triple rolls, it's a chaos horrible thing, right? Well, it's not chaos horrible now. I think I'm still like 2 or 3 pieces away, which is why I'm like stressing because I don't have any silver. I know I've cleared a bit, but this is the thing with this event. I didn't really want to go for it because it's so expensive. But I kind of baited myself into it thinking I can gear cleanse anyway because I needed to gear cleanse. And now I'm this close, I might as well go for it because I'm only like a few away. But it's like trying to get the last few coins when I could be in Diablo 4Q world right now. I actually have some crazy pieces in resilience. I don't know how I'm able to keep roll some really good pieces in resilience, but I am. Like, that's really bad. It shouldn't exist. What was my first legendary? Scar Torsis. Ironically, still level 50. Never leveled it. Scar Torsis was my first. Was painful. I also got double Vizix before I got Vizix. So I ended up having 3 Vizix. And this was when Vizix wasn't very good. And when the legendary pool was really small. I was in pain for about a day or 2. Oh, look, there you go. Maybe we quadra roll. Oh, it was tempting. We are silver again. How many we got? Oh, I need 2,000. I need 2,000. Oh. Have some nice sleep. I'll catch you tomorrow. I need silver. I wish there was a button that was just like, find me bad pieces. Because that's all I need, right? I just want a button. Right, we're just going to have to do this, aren't we? How many HP percentage have I got? Let's do rings. We're going to do what I call, like, bad selling techniques. We basically look through this and go, if I have more than one row, I sell it. Because we're just at that point now. Again, what we need here is show me all the HP rings that don't have HP percentage. That's the filter that I want. Show me all the rings in my inventory that doesn't have the primary substat as a percentage. If you could do that for me, thank you. Otherwise, useless. Because the problem is, if I roll any of these pieces, it's going to cost me more silver than I acquire. But I could have pieces here, like this, for example, is okay. There's a very high probability that I have probably some pieces here that are, like, really poor. Yeah, we need a not filter. Show me all my defense rings that do not have defense percentage, because I can't do it based on has this, 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 and this, because you're asking me to find, like, quad rolls. Okay, I can probably get rid of some of these. That's a pretty high roll. I'm just like earmarking things at the moment. I'm basically selling things where there's a lot of defense percent. Normally I'd roll these, right? Normally I'd be looking for selling double roll, selling anything that isn't double roll, but I just don't have the energy today. So I'm just looking to basically trade up. You notice I've got loads of 5-star rare refresh. That's because generally, refresh doesn't matter how good the quality is. Oh, Forge. Great idea, Robert. Great idea. Why didn't I think of that? See, this is why you guys help me here. How much silver have I got there? 1 million. All right, let's just forge a load of crap that I don't need. I got 1,000 Magisteel anyway. Perception. Oh, I got loads. People are probably like, how have you got so many forged materials? I never do it out. I don't really forge outside of CVC, ever. We do need a sell all button. This is a great way of generating silver. I don't know why I didn't think about this earlier. Great idea. No speed. I mean, I could. Yeah, but is it that much silver? Like, we don't really need all this, do we? Is it really that much silver, though? Like, do these sell for much? Like, if I start here, for example, 1.755, and I craft 10 of these. Like, I'm getting, like, basically really peanuts. So I started at 1.755, and unless I'm at like 1.9, it's like really slow to do that way. No, it's not bad. It's quicker. It's not like I don't need the Magisteel, right? And I'm never going to use this stuff. Oh, God. Probably go to like some resilience here. It's lagging. Could you code the optimizer to add gear selection thing like the RSL helper has? We are looking at maybe potentially having a system where you can like find the gear to equip from the optimizer and different things like that. The team at the moment is focused heavily on trying to figure out if we can make mobile optimizer work. Because that's obviously something that a lot of people have asked for. Why can't I just select all? What a stupid system. Million silver. Great call. Whoever suggested this, great call. Right, so let's find. So yeah, so for people who were asking earlier, you can go in here and you can basically say, show me, for example, everything that's triple roll that isn't like level 16. And it will give you a quick way of finding gear. So I can look through this and I go, do you know what? I only want rank 6 gear. Great. Now I've got some candidates that I can look at to see what they are. Maybe I only want legendary. So I have one legendary piece that's a triple roll that I could roll there. Okay, not great. That I haven't maximized the value of. You know, so we could do that. Mythical, none. Epic, loads. So that basically tells me I don't have any perspective really cool pieces. But I can have a look at these and kind of a look, and you can quickly find gear this way. Much easier than using the game. Much easier. I don't know, 16 gear on. I guess we just start randomly picking things. That cost me 1 million silver. We're out of silver again. So we go back and we find, I don't know, Affinity Breaker. I don't have enough silver to forge. Probably because the way that it's coded. You know the downside to this? I can't actually sell a bunch. I'm going to have to sell these manually because I don't have enough silver to actually build up a backlog to sell. Do you need to get the tier 3? Well, it ends tomorrow, doesn't it? So if I'm not... I don't really want to be trying to do it last minute in the morning. It ends in like 9 hours. So if I don't collect it now... I've got more time with the Deck of Fates. That doesn't end until the end of the weekend. So I've got plenty of time with that. With this, we just don't have time for. It's probably the condition that breaks it because the first target or something. I'm not really sure, but it's probably the conditions. Right, I should probably be able to do this now. I think I only need like maybe 1 or 2 more summons. 1 or 2 more upgrades. Stupid, you have to have an actual filter on. I think so. Okay. Is that enough? Oh, it's not enough. Oh, this is brutal. This is killing me. This is really killing me. Oh. Yeah, I know you can, but nowhere near enough. Like, it's going to take me like 20 runs to get 780. This is just... Ah... On this, probably 30 mil. I started with 25 mil tonight. Obviously, I gear cleansed a chunk as well, so I probably gained about 10 mil from selling stuff. I don't really care about this 3 to 4 star gear anyway. It does, but this is stuff I'm never going to need, right? So I might as well just sell it. And it also yields very low CVC points, where the higher stuff it yields me higher CVC stuff. $1 million. Boom. Keep in mind though, Mr. T2 Sugars, I did like 400 dungeon runs between Savage and Dragon, so I would have had some extra points from there. So just keep that in mind. Is that enough? Yes! We're probably going to get the extra avatar though. I'll probably grind. I mean, to be honest, I'm tempted to get the extra like 2,500 if I can, because just 750 coins is good. Because I need basically, what, 1,500, 2,500 more? So that's like 3 upgrades. Right. We also have 2 of these. Oh god. Okay. Are we ready for the 5-star Ripper? Are we ready for it? Or do we save it? I could save it for a summons video. If I really wanted to, right? If I buy that Soulstone pack, we could really go crazy and have like a tier 3 with all those 160s. Do we just save it and do this pack for content? Record a leg. Pink Lemon. We waited for it. Rip it. I'll probably get enough from 160 anyway, right? I can kind of do like, was the 79 pack worth it? I don't have enough silver. I'm probably going to get the pack, honestly. I don't have enough silver. I'll do a poll. We'll do a poll. Save stone or use it. Tier 3. I mean, I don't know why I'm saying doing a poll. You guys are all going to vote yes, aren't you? Come on now. It's like, I'm just wondering, like, I'd have to wait 3 days to pull it though. Because I'd have to wait 3 days for this, right? Hang on a second. Don't tell Fix. Don't tell Fix. Nothing happened. Okay, nothing happened. It magically appeared in my mailbox. I didn't buy anything. Oh, wow. Oh. I've got crap in my mailbox I forgot to sell. I got silver in my mailbox. No. Go away. I need to take that out of my playlist. It's magic. It never happened. I don't have any content creator books. I suppose we should, shouldn't we? I mean, you're all voting yes to use it. Oh, I feel like it'd be better on a video, but at the same time, I feel like we've waited all night for this. I'll probably be at like, I'll probably get enough to be able to make another one on the video anyway. It's fine. I don't know. I don't know. I know. That's why the poll was kind of stupid. Oh. I'm not feeling lucky. I'm not feeling lucky. You guys are like so conflicted. He's like, do it, don't do it. I got like all of what, some of you on my shoulders like, do it. Some of you don't do it. Do it, don't do it. I think I'm going to save it. I'm going to save it. I've decided I'm going to save it. I know it's against the ethics of a poll. I'm going to, what is it, Thursday? I will probably, is it going to work? Is it going to work? So basically, what is it? Tomorrow, I'll get day 3. Kaimar should be open with all the souls, right? Yeah, of course polls have ethics. If you ask the community and you don't follow up the poll, what's the point of doing the poll, right, Dandabear? I'm going to attribute it to him late and I want to go check out Diablo 4. I'm right in thinking, if I've got it now, so it will... Tomorrow, in about 10 minutes, I'll get this. And then tomorrow, I'll get that. So on Kaimar Day, I can summon my Sacreds for Kaimar and do the Soul Shards. We could do like a megalithic, pull all the shards craziness. I think that's good. I think that's what we do. Maybe even finish the deck of fates at the same time. A mega thing. That doesn't work, Desmonday. Right, guys. I think that's the end of the stream tonight. Tomorrow I will be back online in about probably 10 hours, and we're going to be streaming Diablo 4 all goddamn day. We'll also talk about Raid at the same time, right? Because Raid will be in the background. No idea if I can play Raid in the background whilst playing Diablo 4. That'll be crazy. But I'll be back in about 10 hours. We can hang out, we can stream, we can do whatnot. Yeah, I hope we had a fun informational stream tonight. There was lots of things going on. Gear cleansing, talking about the fusion, doing anniversary paths. I'll probably just blast out an extra 2,500 points here just to get this tier 2 coins, because I think it's pretty good, and get the other avatar. We'll probably just go blast Spider for a bit. Yeah, so... Cool. Have a nice evening, guys, and I will be in D4. I'll mention in Discord how I'm managing anything like social in Diablo 4. Haven't really figured it out just yet, but when I get a grasp of the game, we'll see. I'm going to probably pop in now, see if I can play the game for a bit, and go from there. Anyway, have a nice evening, guys, and I'll catch you tomorrow.
Sometimes I can't understand. I need more.